Philippine High School for the Arts, 110,646,000. Early Childhood Care and Development Council, 353,237,000 pesos. As for the order of presentation, there will only be one consolidated presentation for DepEd, Office of the Secretary, and the DepEd attached agencies. So we will finish the entire presentation before any of the senators will ask questions. Questions will be in the order of appearance. So obviously that is Senator Nancy Binay first and whoever else comes in. 10 minutes per senators. And I would like to inform everyone who's only attending my hearing for the first time. I recommend that you take your own mobility breaks, maybe around 2.5 hours. I will actually suspend, but in the meantime, you are free to stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, stand up. And if you need to go to the restroom, go ahead. You don't need my permission. There is only one presentation, so just inform the secretariat that you're standing up. When they serve food, you are supposed to eat the food. If you don't want it, you can politely refuse the food. But it's meant to be a working lunch. Thankfully, Senator Angara is very well trained in the Senate. He brought his own water container from me. The same. Sure, I had to point it out. We ideally all the hearings, but some are not that compliant. We're not supposed to serve PET bottles. You're supposed to use the glasses, and there's water there. So, like I said, it's no need to be tense. It's a hearing where we want to learn from you and have a free flow of information after the presentation is finished. So on that note, we can proceed. Secretary Sani, are you the one making the presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning to you.
Yeah, and before,
to
sorry,
our colleague. Yeah.
I'll sorry for
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Senator Nancy, did you want to make, no? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Pia, Chair of the Subcommittee of the Committee on Finance, and to Senator Nancy Binay. Gandang umaga po. To my DepEd family and to the heads of the attached agencies. Magandang umaga din po. With your permission, Madam Chair, we have a 50-page consolidated presentation and a short, around 7-minute video afterwards, Madam Chair. Thank you, ma'am. With your permission, next slide, please. We'd like to present our 2023 and 2024 accomplishments and milestones, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. So as the slide says, we have constructed 4,071 new classrooms from January 1 of 2023 to June 30 of 2024. Repaired 3,616 classrooms, restored 21 Gabaldon Heritage Schools, procured for delivery 55,978 ICT packages, procured for delivery 30,854,386 textbooks and other learning resources, procured for delivery science and math equipment over 22 million pieces, and as well as technical vocational equipment over 493,000, Madam Chair, Your Honors. Next slide, please. Then we have hired also 11,118 new teaching and 4,860 non-teaching personnel as of June 30 of this year, and we have trained 15,815 teachers and teaching-related staff. Next slide, please. Then we have our support to our schools and our learners. So we've helped or assisted over 5.5 million learner beneficiaries under the school-based feeding program. And for government assistance and subsidies, we've benefited over 970,000 junior high school learner grantees, and over 1.3 million senior high school voucher program learner grantees under the SHS or senior high school voucher program, and as well as over 131,000 learner grantees under the joint delivery voucher program. Next slide, please. This is the budget utilization report charting from 2018 to 2024, Madam Chair. Currently, our obligation rate is at 51% as of July 31, 2024. And For the past 5 years, there's been strong performance in budget utilization, achieving an obligation rate of 90% and above. Next slide, please. These slides show our recent milestones. These are memoranda we have signed with the DTI, with the BOI, Madam Chair, with the P Corp, that's the Private Sector Jobs and Skills Corporation, that represents a number of industries, Your Honor, the IBPAP, PCCI, all these business groups willing to help in the formulation of the work immersion program of the senior high school. Then we've also signed the joint memo circular with TESDA for the embedment of training regulations in the senior high school curriculum, as well as with the IM the code for free coding lessons. This was signed just a few weeks ago. A digital education partnership with Khan Academy, engagement with the local publishers to speed up the purchase of books. We've issued DepEd order number 10 on the Matatag curriculum, DepEd order number 11 on the Madras education program. I'd like to greet our Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, as well as our Chairperson in the Basic Education Committee, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, as well as our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Good morning, Your Honors. These are the recent milestones, Your Honors. Next slide, please. This is the expanded career progression system, which we signed here. Or not, rather the kabalikat sa pagtuturo. That's the picture shown. That's the increasing the teaching allowance. The expanded career progression system was also signed to provide a clearer career path for our teachers. The National Vision Screening Act, implementing rules have also been issued, and for home economics grads to allow them to teach home economics subjects. And the IRR on the Inclusive Education Act. These are some of the milestones, recent milestones, Your Honor. Next slide, please. We've also issued a memorandum to evaluate the teachers' workload and lessen their workload, and coordination for Brigada Escuela, which has become a tradition. We've also participated in the ongoing formation of the Education Cabinet Cluster, as endorsed by both the Senate and the House. And we've recently met with the Teacher Education Council Secretariat to appoint the Executive Director of the TEC, Dr. Hoxon. Next slide, please. Yeah. At this juncture, we'd like to thank the Senate and the EDCOM, the Second Congressional Commission for Education. Ex-Director Yi is here for providing guidance for the department. Very clear guidance and very well-researched positions. Chairman Gatchalian, thank you. And as well as to the chair, Chair Cayetano, who's also a member of the EDCOM, a very active member. Thank you. So next slide, please. But despite these significant strides, there are several challenges that remain in the education system. Some of them are, of course, having better learning outcomes, getting jobs for our graduates, ensuring a positive learning environment, ensuring teacher welfare, teacher benefits, as well as teacher training, and of course the traditional resource gaps, which seem to have widened over time. So we'll just say a little bit about that, Madam Chair, with your permission. Regarding jobs for graduates, there's PIDS studies show that there's a reluctance among most firms to hire SHS graduates. That's why we are reaching out to the private sector to ask them to amend some of their hiring policies to hire senior high school graduates for some of the positions. And of course, we've also asked the government to do the same, because apparently there's a pending agreement between the Civil Service Commission and CHED on this. So we'll try to see how we can get that moving quicker. And according also to the PIDS study, over 20% of our senior high school graduates enter the labor force. So we must ensure that there are quality jobs available for them. Unfortunately, only around 20% of 70 of the country's leading companies across all sectors were inclined to hire senior high school graduates. That's why we've made this a priority, and this is a priority of the President also, Madam Chair. Next slide, please, pertains to learning outcomes. I think we're all well aware about our poor performance in some of the assessment exams, tests. The PISA 2022, we lagged behind 6 ASEAN countries except for Cambodia, and less than 25% of our learners reached the minimum proficiency levels in reading, math, and science. And grade 5 Filipino learners ranked 4th among 6 Southeast Asian countries in reading, math, and writing in this Southeast Asian PLM 2019 exam. CPLM, and only 10% met the minimum standard in reading, while only 17% met the minimum standard in math in the same exam. The way forward here, Madam Chair, which we see is to improve the implementation of the curriculum, to review and strengthen our learning recovery programs, to capacitate learners and schools for national and international assessments, to provide hybrid computer-based and online modalities for assessments, to use assessment data to inform policy, to provide targeted support to low-achieving learners, and to promote inclusive education programs. And next slide, please. This slide shows some of our learners' performances in some of the achievement exams. The ELNA is provided to young learners. The NAT is the National Achievement Test for grade 6, as well as grade 10 and grade 12. So it's there on the... so the yellow color shows low proficiency for majority of our learners, Your Honors, Madam Chair. Yeah. Next slide, please. Next problem, of course, is teacher welfare, and we have outdated staffing standards dating back to the 1970s. Numerous administrative tasks, workload assignments. So it takes approximately 15 years to get from teacher 1 to teacher 3. I'd like to greet our sponsor in the Commission on Appointments, Senator Rafi Tulfo. Good morning, sir. So the teacher welfare is an issue, and staffing standards date back, not at the 70s, but 1997, Your Honor. And this results in teachers performing numerous administrative tasks, uneven allocation of support staff for schools, and unregulated work assignments. And another issue, as mentioned, is the difficulty in the career progression of not just our teachers, but even the non-teaching personnel. As mentioned, taking approximately 15 years to get from teacher 1 to teacher 3. This was what we sought to address with the Enhanced Career Progression for Teachers, IRR, which we issued. But there need to be some follow-up issuances on the part of other agencies as well, Your Honor. Next slide, please. Another issue is the having a positive learning environment, because the Philippines has bullying rates double the OECD average, according to the PISA survey, and 63% of grade 5 students experience bullying at least once a month. Another issue is the malnutrition or undernutrition. So 16% of Filipino kinder to grade 6 children are severely wasted. One in every 3 Filipino children were stunted or too short for their age. And this is something that the EDCOM and the Committee on Basic Education have also tried to remedy, is the vacancies in guidance counselors, Madam Chair. There are over 4,000 vacancies for guidance counselors because of the very strict law which requires a master's degree for our guidance counselors, Madam Chair, Your Honor. So very few takers, as well as the low compensation, which the department is trying to address on our side. Next slide, please. Another issue is the traditional resource gaps, but some seem to be widening, just like the classroom shortage. We are short 159,202 classrooms. At current rates would require close to 400 billion to fund, Your Honor. 2,001 schools lack access to electricity. Over 174,000 classrooms need major repair. There are over 18,000 schools without internet. We need additional teaching personnel as well as additional non-teaching personnel in the tens of thousands, Your Honor. So these are very significant resource gaps that we seek to address by having early procurement activities for our school building and school repair program, as well as for our procurement, Your Honor. And we're trying to expand some of our partnerships with the private sector. And there's a pending bill in the Senate which we filed with Senator Win to amend the Adopt a School program to also make tax-deductible donations of computers, of training, immersion programs, things which help the educational system and help address the resource gaps, Madam Chair, Your Honors. Some of the ways forward, next slide, please. Some of the ways forward, this is the directive of President Marcos to focus on improving education outcomes. Number one, we need to make sure our high school graduates are employable, and harness the totality of their potential. Need to improve the quality of education as reflected in our assessments, as well as address literacy and numeracy in the early years. Third, we need to uplift and upskill our teachers, making sure they are trained and well supported. They can concentrate on teaching. Fourth, we need to ensure the physical and mental well-being of our learners to enjoy learning that is free from bullying and mental health burdens, among others. And lastly, we need to address the classroom gap, the digital gap, and solve the perennial problem of textbooks and furniture and the like. All of this within a child-centered enabling environment, Your Honors, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. So we envision our learners to be employable and empowered after graduating for senior high school. Thus, we are fast-tracking the review of the senior high school curriculum. It was originally intended to be for the 2026-27 school year, but we're now targeting the 2025-26 school year, Madam Chair, Your Honors. Next slide, please. For raising the quality and level of education, continuous improvement of matatag curriculum, strengthening our learning recovery programs, supporting our low-achieving learners, capacity building and resource provision, among others, Your Honor. Better use of assessment data and modalities, and inclusive education programs. Next slide, please. We have a 2025 PISA readiness plan in accordance with the instruction of the President to try to raise our results. And we are following the PISA schedule. For now, the universe of PISA takers is 1.6 million, 15-year-olds between grade 7 to grade 10. And by January, we will know the schools which they come from, and by February, they will be identified individually, the 7,000 takers. And we intend to provide them with the resources, the nutrition, to do better. So it's going to be like a bar exam, Madam Chair, which you're familiar with, where maybe we can house them, create a special class, review class for them, where they receive special attention, maybe a tutorial type of system, and digital assistance as well, meaning provision of computers, so they are familiar with taking exams on computers. There's no shock factor come exam time in March 2025, Your Honors. Next slide, please. We also seek to uplift and upskill our teachers so that they can concentrate on teaching and reduce their administrative tasks. We're trying to ensure merit-based promotion and fair compensation. We're trying to increase school MOE. That is partially reflected in the 2025 budget. That's also an EDCOM recommendation, Madam Chair, as you're aware, Your Honors. And of course, continue the teacher training and professional development. Next slide, please. The way forward for the physical and mental well-being of learners is ensuring health, nutrition, and safety in schools for a positive learning environment. Next slide, please. For the classroom and digital gap and the problem of textbooks, we need to empower the regions, the school divisions, and schools by decentralizing key processes, ensure schools have enough classrooms, electricity, running water, internet connections, improving turnaround time and streamlining processes of procurement, yung nabanggit nating early procurement, Madam Chair, efficient and accurate data collection and analysis, as well as increasing partnerships with the private sector and increased digitalization of learning. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, as you mentioned earlier in your opening statement, the budget for the DepEd, including the budget of its 6 attached agencies, amounts to over 793 billion. Specifically for the National Book Development Board, 150 million pesos. For the National Council for Children's Television, or NCCT, 66.7 million. For the National Museum of the Philippines, 1.35 billion. For the Philippine High School for the Arts, or PHSA, 113.5 million. For the Early Childhood Care and Development Council, 354 million. And for the National Academy of Sports, 256 million. Next slide, please. This slide shows the division again, which we've just mentioned, across the different agencies. And there's an increase of 4% for the budget, although a decrease for certain agencies, including the Book Development Board, the NCCT, and the National Museum of the Philippines, largely because of the insertions made by this committee in this year's budget, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. So some of the salient features of the proposed 2025 budget for the DepEd include 29 billion for basic education facilities, including 15 billion for the construction of new classrooms, 6 billion for the repair and rehabilitation of classrooms, 2.6 billion for school furniture, 2 billion for medium-rise school buildings, 1.3 billion for the provision and upgrading of electricity in schools, half a billion for health facilities, 1 billion for library hubs, 200 million for inclusive learning resource centers, 60 million for community learning centers. That's under the basic education facilities program, Your Honor. Then we have 3.55 billion for learning tools and equipment. This includes science and math equipment and tech book equipment, Your Honor. Then we have under the computerization program, 12.36 billion. This includes the provision of e-learning card packages, smart TV packages, laptop packages, as well as provision of internet, Your Honor. Then we have another 12.41 billion for textbooks and other instructional materials for printing and delivery, Your Honor. Next slide, please. Other salient features of the 2025 budget, Your Honor, includes 5.5B for teaching positions, another 3.43 billion for non-teaching positions, 2.23 billion for teacher trainings, 11.78 billion for school-based feeding, government assistance and subsidies amounting to 40.51 billion for the senior high school vouchers, the educational service contracting, the subsidies for teachers, as well as the joint delivery voucher program. Madam Chair, Your Honors. Next slide, please. This slide shows how much the government spends or the department spends on per learner. It's around 31.6 thousand per learner, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. This is the historical per capita cost. So in 2017, we spent 23,800. Now we're spending 31,612. Next slide, please. This slide shows the share of the DepEd budget to the national budget. So we get 12.5% of the national budget, Your Honor. And as a budget of the department for GDP also, as well as the growth rate of the budget over the years, Your Honor. Next slide, please. This slide, Your Honors, Madam Chair, is a comparison of this year's budget, the proposed budget we submitted to DBM, as well as the budget granted to us by the Department of Budget. So last year we got over 759 billion. We proposed a budget of 976 billion, but were granted a budget of 790.8 billion. Next slide, please. This slide shows the comparison between, again, the three, this year's General Appropriations Act, what we proposed to the DBM, as well as what we were granted in the 2025 NEP, divided up per spending class, Your Honor. So for next year, personnel services will amount to almost 70%. Retirement and life insurance premiums, 5.7%. MOE, 21%, which is an increase over last year. And the capital outlay amounting to 4.29%, which is a decrease from last year. Next slide, please. This slide is a comparative matrix of the three reference points, the GAA 2024, the proposed NEP, and then the actual NEP, Your Honor, per policy and programs, including the foreign assisted projects, Your Honor. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. With your permission, Madam Chair, Your Honors, we now go to the budgets of our attached agencies. The National Book Development Board, or NBDB, will be receiving 146,406,000 pesos. This represents a decrease of 37% from its 2024 level, but that's largely because I think of the insertions of the committee. National Council for Children's Television. Next slide, please. This is the NCCT, Madam Chair, which will be receiving 66,700 740 for 2025. It's a decrease of 16 million, 19% decrease. Next slide, please. The National Museum of the Philippines will be receiving 1.3 billion pesos, also a decrease of 70 million pesos or 4% from this year's General Appropriations Act, but largely also because of the insertions made by the committee of close to 400 million pesos, which we're very thankful for. Next slide, please, is the Philippine High School for the Arts, who will be receiving a budget of over 110 million. This is an increase of 2.4 million, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. This is the ECCD, or the Early Childhood Care and Development Council, which will receive over 353 million, an increase of 38 million from its 2024 GAA, about 10% higher, Madam Chair, Your Honors. Next slide, please. It's the National Academy of Sports, which the chairperson was very active in helping create. Will be receiving over 256 million, an increase of 25 million from the 2024 General Appropriations Act. Next slide, please. Of course, this budget presentation would not be complete without a wish list. So we have a wish list amounting to. We have two wish lists, Madam Chair. One was made to the House, but since then, in just a week, they've supplemented it with another wish list. So the first wish list amounts to around 60 billion, Your Honor. For human resources, the Bureau of Human Resources and Development is requesting 3.5 billion for the NAEAP, and for career pathways for our non-teaching personnel, Your Honor, meaning the ability to create new positions so that some of our long-time personnel could be promoted. Also asking for additional funds for the training of the Matatag curriculum, for the induction program for new teachers, and for career progression development programs. The Bureau of Curriculum is asking for a total of 6 billion, representing to fund textbooks for grade 3, because originally grade 3 was not part of the rollout of the Matatag for next year, but it was Congress prodded the inclusion of grade 3 for next year's pilot. The establishment of a child find system to identify, locate, and evaluate learners with disabilities. Additional compensation for our madrasa teachers, and other programs. And of course, the big item also is for an 8-week literacy and numeracy program of around 4.8 billion, which is being discussed in the lower house and perhaps in this house as well, Your Honor. Operations Strand is asking for an additional around 260 million for the Palarang Pambansa, which will be held in Ilocos Norte, and an additional fund allocation for the newly created Negros Island region. The Administrative Service, or Strand, is asking for 12.6 billion for additional computer packages. Our Legal Strand is asking for 88 million for the acquisition of additional plantilla items, and for the titling and school sites, the ability to acquire more school sites or facilitate the legal processes for titling, Your Honor. And our Infrastructure Strand is asking for an additional 36.8 billion for the construction of an additional 12,000 classrooms, and to ensure available funding for the Infrastructure for Safer and Resilient Schools project, which is a foreign-funded project under the World Bank, Madam Chair. In the supplemental wish list, they've included the school-based feeding program to the tune of 7.3 billion to be able to have more days and feed more children. An additional 5 million for the drug education program. And for finance, they're asking for an additional 384 million to increase the subsidies for teachers, which has remained the same amount for a decade now, I think. An additional 1.9 billion for the senior high school voucher program, an additional and 100 million to finally get the Philippine Qualifications Framework Coordinating Council going, Your Honor. That's a law passed as early as 2018, but um, has yet to get really fully started and has no staffing component, full-time staffing component as of the moment. So these are some of the items, Your Honor. It's broken down, and we'll be happy to furnish more details. Next slide, please. This is the wish list of our attached agencies. Um, an additional 289 for the NBDB, an additional 132 million for the NCCT, an additional 1.6 billion for the National Museum, an additional 22 million for the Philippine High School for the Arts, an additional 22 million for the ECCD, an additional 209 million for the National Academy of Sports for their student athletes insurance, dormitory facility, kitchen and dining facility, and health services. For the ECCD, it's for institutional development and human resource development, and for the National Child Development Center. For the Philippine High School for the Arts, it's for personnel benefits, food supplies, transportation expenses, and communications equipment. For the National Museum, it's for new component museums, machinery and equipment, and transportation equipment. For the NCCT, it's for rent and lease expenses, procurement of manpower services, and the conduct of research and media policy training. For the Book Development Board, this is for the Philippine Book Festival and the Book Nook project. Your Honors, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. So I think that's it for the presentation, Madam Chair. We thank you very much and the committee for giving us the time to present. We just have a short video. With your permission, Madam Chair, we can play it. Yeah.
Filipino patience, determination, and compassion to be at the core for national learning recovery. Pinagtagan natin ang mga empleyado ng hahalili sa mga guro upang matagpanan ang meron na rin silang personal accident insurance mula sa GSIS. Makakapag-atindi ng dagdag na tinawag at special hardship allowance para sa mga karagdagang public of equal significance, we have allocated funds to finally implement the expanded career progression system for our public school teachers. This will promote professional development and career advancement within their ranks. Sa larangan sila, ating mga guro, dapat ipagpulong at patatagin sa district ng law. 8 out of 10 graduates with TVET confidently found teachers jobs. A 5-point review rate, even will definitely be instrumental in capacitating our people and maintaining our employment by consistently either of this potential. That met Jeff Olin as the short forward in senior high school. Further ability of our students. Also, from our expanding school-based training program, that significantly impacted physical and mental well-being of more than half of the learning beneficiaries. Therefore, we will continue to further enhance these training programs in our schools.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, for the time of the committee, and we're ready to accept questions from the members of the committee and Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary, for the presentation. Majority Floor Leader, are you ready? Would you like to go first?
I just have one question.
Okay.
I'm in full support of the budgetary outlay request of the new secretary. And I see this is not an easy gimme basket using basketball parlance, Madam Chair. I just saw the video presentation relative to the President speaking about using the buzzword digitalization. And looking at the records I have here in front of me, it would seem that one of the items on DepEd's wish list for 2025 is a 12.6 billion budget for the computerization program. But when I took some notes, I heard the presentation of the good secretary 18,325 schools without internet access. And the wish list is for a 9.2 billion pesos budgetary request. So how would you reconcile now 12.6 billion with 9.2 billion? Pasok na ba ho yun doon sa pangangailangan na yon? And then I would further add to the confusion a news article, inabutan na lang to ni Secretary Sani, hindi naman niya kasalanan ito, na meron pa lang 4 years ago, meron pang 1.5 million units of laptops somewhere out there in some warehouses unutilized. So how would you reconcile all this? I recall having heard during my days as Blue Ribbon, having conducted an investigation because of a resolution filed by my seatmate here about some laptops also. So reconcile po natin. Ano pa talaga yung kailangan? 12.6 or 9.5? O magkasama na yon?
Pagkasama ko yun, siyempre pag nasa budget ho ng 2025 yung 12 billion, pero kulang pa rin yun to provide computers to all our learners. I think even with the 9, kulang pa rin. Pero we want to speed up the process kasi nga yun ang gusto ni Pangulo. And of course, we were not active in the preparation of this budget, Madam Chair, Your Honor. So we just wanted to include that in the wish list because these are the priorities of the President as well as the priorities of the department. Seeing how increased digitalization can help us leapfrog some of the traditional resource gaps, Your Honor, given that there are schools which are doing double shifting, triple shifting. Perhaps with increased digitalization, these kids can benefit from newer technologies, software, analytics, artificial intelligence, even at some point where even their work at home can be monitored by their teachers. And we've seen software like Khan Academy. We have 33 pilot schools, Your Honor. Nakabisita na ho si Chairman Win, si Senator Pia. I'm not sure if she was able to visit the schools which have Khan, but kitang-kita mo, it really assists not only our learners but also our teachers because real time, pagkakuha ng bata nung quizzes, the results are already reflected, the analytics reflect the information, yung performance ng bata compared to last year, his performance compared to his class, and it also the newer Khan software, the Khan Migo, that's the AI tutors, artificial intelligence tutors. Parang may teacher na yung bata kahit may shortage tayo ng teachers. This can help supplement some of these resource gaps, Your Honor. So kasi parang hindi maganda yung naging karanasan natin nung pandemya na the digital divide was accentuated. Parang we were giving learning modules but really hindi natin na-monitor kung natututo yung bata habang nasa bahay siya. When I note that the chair was a big factor into the return to schools as well. Both chairs, the chair of the subcommittee as well as the chair of the Basic Education Committee, were very adamant that our kids must return to schools in 2022, I remember. So that was a good development. But at the same time, the resource gaps remain, Your Honor, and we see digitalization as a way out or a way to leapfrog. Diba? Leapfrog is a word often used for technology because it allows you to shortcut some of the solutions, Your Honor. Doon naman sa pangalawang tanong, yung 1.5 million units, naabutan natin yan and that dates back to 2020 and 2021, Your Honor. It's not only laptops, it's also furniture as well as textbooks, Your Honor. This is part of parang one of the programs of the Briones administration in DepEd was to separate the logistics provider, meaning the traditional method of procurement was to kung sino yung magbibid at mananalo, yun ang magdi-deliver. Pero may inintroduce na kakaibang programa under Secretary Briones which was the logistics provider, meaning lahat po nung logistics was to be provided by other companies, but it got into a dispute and things were not delivered on time. So as a product of this is the Transpac, we call it the Transpac deal because that's the name of the corporation or the logistics provider. At dahil hindi na natuloy yung mga ibang kontrata, hindi na deliver ng Transpac. So what we've done is we've talked to the Air Force and to other government agencies as well as private individuals to help get these items out kasi sabi nga nila yung IT equipment has a lifespan and we might be exceeding that lifespan if we do not act quickly on it, Your Honor. So with respect to the IT packages, I think over 50% have been removed from the warehouse. With respect to the other items which are bigger, the furniture, I think we're only at 10%. But those are the more challenging things. But having said that, since the news came out, we've received many offers from local government officials to take the items off our hands. So that helps. I think we'll be able to speed up the removal of these items from the warehouse, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Just one quick follow-up question. Ito pong 18,325 schools without internet access or short of computers. Ano po yung pwedeng maitulong ng mga local government units through our local school boards? Hindi kasi yung mga LGUs po, Madam Chair, talagang gusto rin nila magkaroon ng internet access po itong ating mga eskwelahan. So
Yes.
will that make your job easier pag yung tumulong na siguro yung mga LGUs? Kasama po ba to sa polisiya ninyo, Madam Chair?
Definitely, Your Honor. I think there are bills to amend the SEF to expand the menu, but even unamended, you've been the chair of the Committee on Local Government. Alam nyo na nakita nyo na maraming lokal na gobyerno nakakatulong po ng malaki sa ating mga schools. Nagbibigay sila ng IT equipment, sinasagot nila yung data plans minsan, yung iba nagbibigay ng smart TVs. So these are all very helpful, Your Honors. Yung iba nagko-construct pa ng computer labs at yung iba nagbibigay din ng teachers through the SEF, Your Honor. So all of these are very helpful and help address the resource gaps we face, Your Honor.
Chair, I have no further questions. I am fully supportive of the budget of the new DepEd leadership, and I yield the floor to some of our colleagues here who are more knowledgeable as to the basics of DepEd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before I give the floor to Senator Risa, just a follow-up question on the topic raised by the Majority Floor Leader on the request for increased budget for computerization. No? The chairman mentioned the news report about the findings that there were equipment, I guess computers, laptops that were in storage and were not released. So if we're able to find additional budget for the request, is his honor fairly confident that these issues that hounded the previous leadership, you have staff and a plan in place so that we can address it? Because we're very happy to support, as you know, but we know that logistics, warehousing is really an issue. I mean, it's something we probably don't think about too much. We think if you have the funding, it's as simple as that. So if
Madam
your honor is
Chair,
fairly confident, of course, we're happy to support.
Yes, Madam Chair. I think with some of the reforms we'll be putting in place, I think we can prevent a repeat of some of these occurrences. First of all, as a major policy, we're no longer adopting that innovation of having a separate logistics provider. I think it's much simpler to revert to the old system where the winning bidder or supplier is the one who has to provide the delivery, Your Honor. And given that we're going to engage in early procurement activities, they also have to take care of the warehousing and the delivery in such a way that we provide enough allowance for them, give enough time for them to deliver come the first day of school in 2025, but also to manage their time for their deliveries. Because we don't want that to be a problem of the department, Your Honor. So under the new contracts and the new biddings to be undertaken, dapat sagot yun ng mga suppliers, Your Honor. Hindi na I think it was an unnecessarily complicated structure, Your Honor.
Senator Sherwin and I have the same follow-up question, so I'll just ask it. In the problematic issue that you just inherited, was there only one logistics provider? Is that why? Parang na-bottleneck ba sa kanya or na-hostage sa kanya?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And yet, if there are multiple suppliers, then you would also have, and they're in charge for delivering, then you would also have multiple
Contracts.
contracts
Yes,
for
Your
the
Honor. And
delivery
then
itself.
perhaps
So
the diverse. Yes.
even if one was problematic, you would still have all these others being delivered. Wow.
I think so. I would agree, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Okay. So like I'm just out of curiosity, like so how many suppliers, winning bidders would there be for the supply itself? Or at least in the previous contract,
Just for furniture alone, there are 5, Your Honor.
there were 5.
Yes.
And then only one.
For computers, how many?
5 suppliers
For computers, over 5, Your Honor.
But-
So multiple.
over 5.
Yes.
Over 5, but
Or-
like over 5 under 10 or over 5 up to 50? Ano ba?
Maybe we can ask our procurement USEC
Yeah,
Dan.
just if you know, if
Yeah,
not,
just a
let
ballpark
me
figure of how many
later.
suppliers were involved in the Transpac logistics for computers.
No, how many?
Madam
to
Chair,
be
there as
clear,
well.
how many?
With your
Okay.
permission, ma'am, can we recognize
Yeah,
USEC
let
Chan?
me-
Yeah.
Is it Attorney Chan? Attorney Chan. So just to be clear, how many suppliers of the computers itself, and then how many logistics providers?
Basically, there is one logistic provider because it was a framework agreement. So all these suppliers, let's say there are 12 suppliers. There is one logistics provider who will pick up the goods
Okay.
from the suppliers and
So
then
and it was a
consolidate in one
Okay, and it was a failure of the logistics
Yes.
supplier.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Wow. Yes.
Mr. Chan, just one quick follow-up question. If you still have the computers in the warehouses of the logistics suppliers for 4 years, can these computers still be rebooted, utilized, or would you need additional budget to have this in operation? O baka mas mura pang bumili ng bago kaysa baka luma na to. Yun lang po yung tanong ko, Madam Chair.
Well, definitely, they're older models, Your Honor. But according to our IT, kaya naman i-reboot or i-repurpose. Of course, it won't be as good as the newer computers, Your Honor.
These were just contracted, these were supply contracts just in the last 4 years, so not older
Actually,
than.
some of the contracts date back to
Or even
2017, 2018, 2019, Your Honor.
really?
But the items have been there physically since 2020 and 20.
Ed family. Just a quick opening word, Madam Chair, colleague, Secretary Sonny, and the DepEd family, to our resource persons, magandang araw sa ating lahat. Wala pa man sa first 100 days sa kanyang tanggapan, si Secretary Sonny, it seems that our former colleague is providing the leadership 19 to 23 billion in 2021, 32.59 billion in 2022, and 38.16 billion in 2023. Sa tagal nating lahat sa serbisyo, alam natin na, well, no single agency can spend 100% of its fund. Pero nag-peak ang DepEd ng 97% at some point, and the figures I cited are too big to be ignored. I'm sure the Secretary shares the same fiscal concern that the unobligated funds are sufficient to close some resource gaps within the agency or provide the full budgets of other smaller agencies. So may we know, Madam Chair, ano yung mga factors na nagko-constrain sa DepEd para i-fully obligate ang said allotments at anong actions ang maaasahan natin sa Good Secretary para siguruhin yung optimal use ng mga resources na ipinagkakaloob sa DepEd.
Yeah, that's a great question, Madam Chair, Senator Risa. Thank you, and thank you to the Majority Leader for his kind words, and thank you to you, Madam Chair, for Senator Risa, for the kind words. We much appreciated po yun. But again, it's a great question, and there are large amounts which are unobligated and unutilized. And I think it's also a function of how large the agency is. We have multiple. I think we have the most number of implementing units in terms of budgetary usage, Your Honor. This includes the regions. We have 16 regions, excluding BARM. We have 218 school divisions, Your Honor. So these are some of the implementing units, and we have to reconcile and make sure that everyone is efficient on the ground, Madam Chair, Your Honor. So that's a challenge, how to make us more agile, and I've alluded to it earlier, yung sana yung early procurement mag-engage with tayo, because we see other departments doing that, meaning hindi pa tapos yung ongoing yung pagdidebate ng NEP or ng GAA, pero meron nang ginagawang mga preliminary activities ang ating mga ahensya in terms of early procurement. They are doing market scoping, they are advertising, anything short of award actually, Madam Chair. So pagpasok po ng bagong taon, pwede nang i-award or in terms kung infrastructure ito, pwede na mag-award and then mag-construct, because that I think that has been one of the major challenges of the department in the last few decades, is how to be more efficient in terms of time, in terms of usage of resources, Senator Risa, Madam Chair. Kaya especially now that we are short of buildable space, we are going higher with our classrooms, and these take longer, not only in terms of actual construction, but also in terms of preparatory activities, yung soil testing, etc., and planning, Madam Chair. So we have to be more efficient actually with the demands of the future, the demands of urbanization, etc. So having said that, some of the we will definitely work very hard to be more efficient organization going forward, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Pero meron talagang items na slow-moving in the early part of the year because it's related to the school year po. So meaning magagastos mo yung first semester, pero yung for the succeeding semesters, they wait until the next year to be spent. So some of these are the school-based feeding program, the voucher programs, the human resource development and school operations, kasi dependent ho yan sa school year. So if you look at, for example, the voucher program, as of August 31, yung obligation rate is only 6.5%, but by the end of the year, it will go up to 97%. Yun pong school-based feeding, it's only around 11% at as of August 31, but it will go up to 82.5% by the end of the year. If you look at the basic education curriculum programs like the National Reading Program, the National Learning Camp, National Learning Recovery, from 4.7% as of August 31, it will go up to almost 70% by the end of the fiscal year, Your Honor. Tapos itong training for matatag, teacher training, it's only at 3.91% as of August 31, but it will go up again to almost 70% by the end of the year. So yun yung school year calendar dependent programs. Sa talagang by design and then by operation in fact, they really are spent at the end of the year and towards the end of the fiscal year, Your Honor. And there are some of the slow-moving programs also, as mentioned earlier, are the procurement-heavy programs. So ito po yung textbooks, yung learning tools and equipment, science equipment, computerization, yung TechVoc livelihood po. These are really massive biddings, and because they are designed, they're really large bidding. So we're actually, one of the internal debates within the department is whether to regionalize and to how local can we go in terms of this. Of course, it sounds very nice in theory, but in practice, there are more decision makers and there are more things that could go wrong actually on the ground. So we have to balance all these considerations when we make the decisions, Your Honor. Efficiency, as well as efficiency not only in procurement, but also in terms of decision making and in terms of exacting accountability, Your Honor. So yeah, yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and good Secretary. And also for walking the committee through yung, in a way, timed motion ng disbursement, no, and sa DepEd. And it's just good to know that the Secretary will be watching at every stage kung saan slow-moving pa necessarily, tapos kung saan mas bibilis, he's really on top of it. And it's nice to note, nice is a trite word, pero not just in terms of sentimental value, pero in a way, in terms of legacy na yung isa sa mga huling batas na sinepard ng Good Secretary, yung bagong Government Procurement Reform Act. Siguro yung DepEd ngayon under his leadership now as a secretary, ang isa sa nagtetest nun, ang nag-implement nun, including dun sa early procurement and then making each stage more efficient. So maraming salamat para doon, Secretary. Dako ako dun sa COA accounting deficiencies o pondo sa edukasyon hindi nagamit ng wasto. So mula sa husto, more quantitative, sa wasto, more qualitative. So in the report submitted to us by our LBRMO, it took note of a total of 229 billion pesos accounting deficiencies flagged by COA for fiscal year 2023. The said amount, if my calculation is correct, is equivalent to almost 30% of the total funds given to DepEd for the said year. Ilan sa napansin namin, Madam Chair, Secretary, iyong unremitted 3.79 billion pesos premium contributions and loan amortizations sa GSIS, PhilHealth at Pag-ibig, unliquidated cash advances amounting to 6.96 billion pesos, unsettled suspension, disallowances and charges amounting to 12.3 billion pesos, irregular, unnecessary, and excessive expenditures amounting to 209 million pesos. If these are correct, nakakalula ang bilyon o milyong pisong halaga na hindi nagamit ng husto at wasto. Now, I know that DepEd hasn't been given sufficient time yet to address these issues, but may we know from the Good Secretary mga updates po sa mga accounting deficiencies, lalo na yung usapin ng unremitted contributions at amortization na mahalaga para sa mga kawani ng kagawaran at maging sa pagpupondo ng mga naturang GOCCs, Madam Chair.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for the question, Madam Chair, Senator Risa. This amount you stated reflects the recording of property, plant, and equipment under the school building program for new construction by the DPWH or Department of Public Works, which should have been included in DepEd's accounts when the completed buildings were turned over. So there's currently a reconciliation between DPWH and DepEd accountants ongoing for journal entries in both the books, both in the books of both departments, Your Honor. And despite these accounting deficiencies, the COA issued an unmodified opinion indicating DepEd's financial statements are free from material misstatements and comply with international standards, and DepEd is holding regular quarterly financial reconciliation workshops with division and regional accountants. The frequency should be increased to bi-monthly this year and the next year to expedite the resolution of these accounting deficiencies, Your Honor, including the completion of accounting records as well as accounting errors and omissions, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Good Secretary. If there's any way na yung chair ng komite can assist the department in that reconciliation process with DPWH, with the chair of the committee of DPWH's budget, I'm sure that she wouldn't mind hearing from the Good Secretary.
Certainly. Thank you for the offer, Madam Chair.
At mabuhay yung dun sa unmodified opinion. And mamaya, I failed to mention also in relation to our first question, Good Secretary, yung binanggit nyo sa isa sa mga slow-moving, yun talaga sa human resources. So mamaya may tanong din po ako dyan, kaugnay din nung contribution sa mga DepEd employees dun sa tatlong social protection GOCCs. And I also failed to mention kanina, but just for the record, na interesante to hear about at least one of the internal debates sa DepEd on how local would you go in that potential regionalization process of the procurement. Pangatlo po, Madam Chair, on the World Bank loan agreement. So may pondo na nagawa pang umutang ng todo. So, Madam Chair, I noticed the fund allotted under DepEd's Education Human Resource Development has been indeed reduced to 2.28 billion pesos for fiscal year 2025 from 4.1 billion pesos for fiscal year 2024. Ang ulat sa amin, the decrease is due to low budget utilization. Tama po ba ito, Madam Chair?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, salamat po. Under the same program of Education Human Resource Development, may allotted na 500 million pesos for foreign assisted projects. And the said amount is supposedly to support DepEd's implementation of the World Bank's Teacher Effectiveness and Competencies Enhancement Project. Upon checking, the project cost of 110 million US dollars is roughly around 6.13 billion pesos, which was approved June or August of 2023. Tama po ba ito?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's the TCEP program of the World Bank.
Salamat po. And tama din po ba, Madam Chair, Good Secretary, na umutang ang DepEd noong 2023 ng humigit 6 na bilyong piso sa World Bank din para sa teachers development. Gayong may pondo namang inalot na hindi nagamit ng husto at wasto.
That's correct, Your Honor. That's correct.
Okay, so may we ask the Good Secretary na i-update po tayo sa status ng proyekto, the terms of the loan agreement sa World Bank, at kung magkano ang magiging danyos, kung mayroon man, danyos sa gobyerno kung sakaling hindi ni-realize yung project by end of 2028.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. On the status, the DBM issued the project SARO or Special Allotment Release Order on last August 5 of this year, amounting to over 322 million. This is for the procurement of individual consultants, consultancy firms, as well as 26,800 tablets for learners in recipient schools. The coverage is 3 regions, Your Honor, Region 9, Region 12, and BARM. And the SARO covers tablets for learners in these schools, teacher training, and operational costs for equipment and staff for the project management office. The project is currently in the early stages of procurement, and a total of 5,815 schools over the said 3 regions will benefit from the project. 2,000 schools in Region 9, over 1,500 in Region 12, and over 2,200 in BARM will benefit from the project, with a total of over 64,000 teachers and over 1.9, close to 2 million learners, Madam Chair. And regarding your query about the loan agreement for this TCEP program, there is a commitment charge of 0.25% per annum on the unwithdrawn loan balance. And if the project targets are not met by 2028, an extension for the loan may be requested through the oversight agencies, that's DOF and NEDA, ICC, but the commitment fees will still apply, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
So, Sen. Nancy would like to...
Permission of Sen. Risa, because Madam Chair, favorite ho natin tong commitment fees. In fact, I was just in the other hearing, and yun din yung problema nila, yung pagbayad natin ng commitment fees. With DepEd, are we already paying commitment fees for itong mga loans? Because I think hindi nalagay din siya sa program.
Not yet, Your Honor.
Not yet. Okay. And hopefully sana we wouldn't be paying commitment fees for this project.
I agree with you, Your Honor, because umutang na tayo tapos di natin gagamitin. It doesn't make sense, Your Honor. And I appreciate the guidance, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Salamat, Sen. Nancy. So, yung oversight group ba, kung kanino magre-request ng extension if ever, sila rin po ba magbabantay na walang commitment fees?
Correct, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Salamat po, Sec, at salamat, Sen. Nancy, para doon. So yung 0.25% per annum, kahit pa maaring may i-request na extension, hindi po tataas mula sa 0.25% per annum.
Your Honor. Hindi po.
Hindi po. Okay, salamat po para doon. So yung commitment fees na lang ang babantayan sa Sen. Nancy. Dako naman po ako, Good Secretary, sa Expanded Career Progression System. So, ito naman, may pa-promotion para sa guro, pondo hindi sigurado. Under the career progressions, I'm sorry, Good Sec, atras lang ako dun pa rin sa World Bank Loan Agreement. Last follow-up question, bakit po kinailangang umutang in the first place?
TCEP is a teacher training, and it's to provide effectiveness and competence to our teachers in these regions, especially with regard to digital. That's why there's the provision of laptops, Your Honor. I think these are the regions which, without being too politically incorrect, are not performing so well, Your Honor. So I think they perform a little lower. I think it's well. I think that's public notice naman, di ba, ma'am? So I think they were chosen as the regions to be covered by the World Bank project, Madam Chair.
So the project per se covers the whole country. Yung loan covers particularly parang enhanced resources, financial resources for the three regions.
It only applies in the three regions, Madam Chair, because I think they offered the whole country, but parang the policy decision was decided or made to have it apply to the three regions, BARM, Region 9 and Region 12, Your Honor.
So tansya na the original project amount was insufficient even for those three currently underperforming regions. Kaya kailangan pang umutang.
The whole project, Madam Chair, is foreign funded. It's the whole project is subject to the loan, Your Honor.
Ayan na lang. Okay. Salamat, Secretary. So dako nga po ako dun sa expanded career progression system. So under that career progression system, public school teachers shall be given opportunities for job growth in either classroom teaching or school administration track. The system would result, as reported, to opening up of 90 to 140,000 positions. And at present, may 47,500 unfilled teaching and non-teaching positions. So ito po bang 47,500 na ito kasama na sa ma-open pang 90 to 140,000 positions?
For career progression, ma'am, we need to reclassify some of our positions because the ones we've created under the career progression are new positions requiring higher salaries. Kasi yun ang daing ng ating mga guro na ang tagal nila nasa teacher 1, teacher 2, teacher 3 positions. And some of the idiosyncrasies of our system dictated that they had to leave their schools in order to get promoted from a small school, pupunta sila sa malaking eskwela. Kasi doon, may open na item doon. So and sometimes they had to stop teaching, they had to become administrative personnel, non-teaching personnel. So nasayang yung teaching experience, yeah, ma'am. But those are some of the things we wanted to address with this under this IRR for the expanded career progression. Number one, we give them an expanded career path at mas mabilis yung promotion nila, mas mataas yung sweldo nila. And number two, they don't have to give up teaching and they don't have to leave the small schools, the smaller communities kasi there's a loss of quality teaching at the community level kapag ka ganun. So we wanted to address that. And at the same time, we wanted to give teachers freedom, meaning if they don't want to teach, then they have that choice. But if they want to teach, continue teaching, they also have that choice, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Salamat, Sec. Sonny. So, posible bang yung ilan sa 47,500 unfilled positions sa ngayon ay isasara na lang and then yung mga qualified ay dun ipaprioritize sa 90 to 140,000 new positions?
They will reclassify quite a number of these positions, Your Honor. Parang scrap and build sa DBM terms na where some of the smaller positions, you will have to scrap them and then you make them your building blocks for the new items, Your Honor. And we are creating teacher positions for teacher 4, teacher 5, teacher 6, and among others, Your Honor.
So, posible nga na kumbaga hindi na mag-exist yung 47,000 under this scrap and build system, hindi na mag-exist yung currently unfilled positions and then i-deploy yung mga tao dun sa 90 to 140,000 new positions.
In a perfect world, Your Honor, that would happen. That would happen, Your Honor. But of course, it's very difficult given the decentralized nature of the department. Here, a lot of these decisions are made at the school division level, Your Honor. But on our part, on the central office part, we're trying to really stay on top and make sure we are monitoring the progress per division and per region, Your Honor.
Yes, Madam Chair, I can only imagine ang daming moving parts sa ganyang kahit scrap and build process na yan. So, but at least knowing that the Secretary is, as he said himself, on top of the situation and will be overseeing the whole process. sa proposed budget ng DepEd, 5.5 billion pesos ang pondong nilaan para sa creation and filling up of new positions. At sabi naman ni Budget Sec Amina, may 7.2 billion pesos na allocated for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. So pwede bang makakuha ng clarification sa Good Secretary sa mga plano para sa implementation at yung budget implication para sa fiscal year 2025 hanggang sa full realization nito by 2028?
You're referring to the increase in the salaries, Madam Chair, from,
Yes, Madam Chair.
from EO 64. Thank you. Definitely, we want to. This is what the president announced during his SONA, and we are coordinating with agencies like the DBM to finalize this. Although we've gotten the clearance to already start paying what is owed kasi retroactive po ang application niya, meaning it is effective from January 2024. So teachers going forward, teachers will be getting lump sums representing what is owed to them from January to August of this year, Your Honor, September of this year, since it's September already. And under this executive order, teachers will receive an average of 5% increase per year from 2024 to 2027. So in 2025, the DBM will budget that, but yung sa 2024, they've given us, they will reimburse the department for whatever it advances to our teachers for that, Your Honor.
Salamat. Secretary, binanggit nyo until 2027. Akala ko yung full realization sa 2028 pa.
I stand corrected, Madam Chair. It's 2020. Sorry. Again, I stand corrected. It's 2027.
Okay, so I stand corrected.
Yes.
Full realization by 2027.
Including kasi this year, retroactive po
Yes,
siya.
including this year and retroactive. So 5% per year.
I just want to recognize our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes. Good morning to the Minority Leader, Senator Pimentel.
It seems to be the day to stand corrected twice in a row. I stand corrected. Itong tanong ko was about still the career progression. Yung susunod na tanong ko pa po ay tungkol sa EO 64 on teacher salary and benefits. So, sorry, to restate, plans for implementation and budget implication for 2025 until 2028 ng career progression po.
Yung sa career progression, ma'am, because of the budgetary limitations, maybe we can cover the 90,000 teachers who stand to be promoted. We'll probably be only cover around 10% a year. But perhaps we could, in our wish list, we could supplement it to include maybe in the unprogrammed, in case there are additional revenues, to fund the remainder of the 90,000, Your Honor. Para, di ba, may flexibility tayong going forward. We know how difficult it is for the committee to provide funds in the programmed fund with certainty, but at least there's enough for, I think 2.7 billion of the 6 billion budget proposal for fiscal year 2025 will go towards reclassification, Your Honor.
It sounds like, Zek Sunny, this will maybe overlap in some way with the scrap and build process na pinag-uusapan natin kanina.
Opo, may overlap po
May
yun.
overlap nga
Opo.
po, no? And then, at 10% of those 90,000 teachers per year by 2028, mapopromote lang ang mga 270,000 nila. So, may iniisip na ba ang DepEd paano ibibilin yung 70% of the teachers pa na hindi pa mapopromote by 2028 sa susunod na DepEd administration?
We will promote 90,000 next year, Your Honor. But for the others, well, we will just request more funding for that because it requires more funding. But as I said earlier, Madam Chair, if Congress will allow, hingin din namin sa unprogrammed yun to help speed up the process rather than just having a purely linear type of calculus going forward. Meron tayong at least small possibility of having increased funding for 2025, Your Honor.
Sorry, 90,000 pala next year. Akala ko 90,000 total ngayon and then 10%
Yes, I stand
every year.
corrected, Madam Chair.
Salamat po, Secretary. And before leaving itong sa expanded career progression system, just to make of record, Madam Chair, I hope the good secretary will continue to engage in a dialogue with teachers groups on the implementation of this career progression system. Bagaman welcome development po ang career progression para sa mga kaguruan, maraming agam-agam din po on how this will be implemented without compromising the rights and welfare of the teachers.
I give you the assurance, Your Honor, Madam Chair, and we thank you for the guidance. We've engaged a few teachers groups and we want to engage as many as we can going forward. And certainly we want to hear how it's being implemented on the ground also. And we greet our former majority leader and our colleague who Senator Joel Villanueva, magandang hapon po, Your Honor, Madam Chair. So we will continue and we thank you very much for the guidance on that.
Salamat, Sec Sani. So, dako na ako sa teacher salary and benefits, bagamat nasimulan na ni Sec sagutin kanina. So, ito naman may benepisyo para sa mga guro, pero ito kulang naman sa pondo. Among the many agenda mentioned by the good secretary is to uplift the lives of our teachers through fair compensation. Bagaman may salary upgrading at medical allowance dala ng paglalagda sa EO64, patuloy pa rin ang panawagan ng mga teachers groups para sa dagdag sahod, either in the form of raising the entry level of teachers from SG 11 to 15 or 19, gaya ng pinanukala dati ng ating secretary nung kasama pa natin siya dito sa Senado, o kaya naman gaya ng panukala ko na 15,000 across the board salary increase. So, kung bukod sa nasagot na nila kanina, may inquire from the good secretary, ano yung kanyang mga plano para tumugon sa mga panawagan para sa salary increase?
Sorry,
Yes.
before you
Yes,
reply,
Madam Chair.
would you like to pose your other questions because your time is up, so he can summarize, but there's just a few of us, so we most likely can do a second round. So that's up to you.
Salamat, Madam Chair. I'll be content to let this be my last question for this first round. Opo. Then sa next rounds ko na lang itanong yung sa inclusive education program and a few others. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Risa, Your Honor, Your Honors. We're definitely in favor of increasing teacher salaries, but the financial requirements are gargantuan. It's not an exaggeration to say that. I think we'll need 400 or 500 billion to reach the salary grade desired, yung 15,000 across the board, because we have over 800,000 teachers, Madam Chair. So although the increase sounds small, the 5% maybe for a teacher one, maybe 1,000 a month, 1,500 a month. In a year, it's 33,000, Your Honor. So you imagine, that's only for teacher one. So you multiply that amount by 840,000. That's how big the logistical or the financial funding requirements are for that. So that's why the government, with all its competing financing needs, is having difficulty really doing that. But nonetheless, we're grateful that I think the teachers are grateful that we have the SSL 6 under EO 64, which the President announced and which you pointed out will be increasing their salaries every year until 2027. So yun po, may tulong ho. So for teacher one, that's about 33,000 a year, and higher for the higher level positions, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Sec Sani, at Madam Chair. I look forward to posing the rest of my few more questions sa second round. Pero maraming salamat. 400 to 500 billion pesos, so that's like 10% of our proposed budget for next year. Tamang-tama din in terms of timing, so hindi lang post bagong GPRA, tas ngayon kayo ay secretary ng DepEd. Pero kasabay niyong nanunungkulan na ongoing yung EDCOM 2 process. So malay natin, merong ding mga radical but doable, out-of-the-box proposals ang EDCOM 2. Paano natin mas mabilis na ma-mobilize yung mas malalaking resources to help DepEd leapfrog and so that DepEd can help the learners and teachers and other stakeholders leapfrog also within the next 3 years. So salamat at mabuhay na all the best, Sec Sonny. Salamat,
Thank you
Madam.
very much, Your Honor, Senator Risa, and we welcome the guidance, and we would welcome any out-of-the-box solutions for all the financing problems. Thank you, and the chair the chair and the committee has been very helpful and very kind to the department. We thank them for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Give the floor to Senator Nancy Binay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels weird lang, Madam Chair, that we're asking questions to our former colleague. Chairman pa ng Finance Committee. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Sec? Weird. Sec, in one of your slides, meron din yung 2001 schools lack access to electricity amounting to 6 billion. For next year's budget, magkano lang yung mapopondohan para magkaroon ng kuryente yung mga eskwelahan?
Madam Chair, we only have 432 sites to the tune of 1.3 billion, Your Honor. So it's still a ways to go. Eh?
Kasama mo ba siya sa wish list nyo? Is it parang I didn't see it dun sa...
Parang hindi nasama yata, Madam Chair. Sa dami ng pangangailangan. But we included the construction of new classrooms, the provision of computerization. Pero kung walang kuryente, baka hindi magamit yung computer.
Sila, secretary na walang kuryente sila sa classrooms.
We will supplement the wish list, Your Honor. So, yeah. Total wish list lang naman siya. So,
coping mechanism ng mga teachers natin. I think kailangan siguro natin bigyan ng premyo yung mga teachers natin na nagtuturo sa mga eskwelahan na walang kuryente.
Do they get anything?
May hardship po.
Meron po, kasama po yun sa sinusukat dun sa...
Is it yung na iba dito is yung mga last mile schools?
Yes.
Majority
Several of there are,
yeah.
I think most of them are, Your Honor. Kasi wala yan sa NCR, if ever. I don't think there are any in NCR. They're all in the regions, Your Honor. Oh.
Thank you. Siguro, our Madam Chair would increase your budget to, so for next year we'll have more schools that would have electricity.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chair.
Just add to the discussion. This is coming from EDCOM too, no? So the chair, the secretary and I are both slaves to the data churned out by the EDCOM too, faster than I can run.
Maybe you can ask the director to have lunch, Madam Chair.
But anyway, no, but this is good for us and for DepEd to check on, no? So identified as of January 2024 is a shortage of 1,755 schools. We're still talking about electrification. And the target is 273 schools. So that's just 15%. And yet, Mr. Secretary, as of today, as of September, so last week, only 4% were completed. So perhaps we could check on this. His Honor can, we all recognize that His Honor just is barely, the chair is barely, how do you say that? Di mo pa napapainit yung upuan mo. So, but just to check on it so we know, and then, because this representation happens to be the chairman of the Committee on Energy, this is now my priority.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, we will definitely look into it. Yeah, we will definitely look into that and be on top of that because...
So we're looking at both the figures for the schools that lack computers and the schools that lack electricity. So for me, let's simplify our life. Let's just focus on the electricity because,
Yes.
there's no point in jumping into all the schools that lack computers if the electricity issue hasn't even been.
Yeah.
So if we could look at this utilization and all that and then just get back to us, we can
Certainly, Madam Chair, we will work on that. Thank you for the guidance. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Pwede wag niya na alisin yung slide. Because my next question is dun sa Gabaldon schools. For next year, magkano yung budget natin for Gabaldon schools?
I think there's about 1 billion pesos, Your Honor, if I'm not mistaken. A little over 1 billion.
So hopefully,
Covers,
so ilang schools yung matatapos niya with that budget for Gabaldon?
ilang yung schools? Huh? 108? 108 for 2025, Your Honor, to be restored. Yeah.
I think pwede, okay na I mean that number.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
So 180,
108. 108.
108.
Opo, yung-
Okay. And for dun sa last mile naman,
There's a 3 billion budget for 2025, which is the same as this year, Your Honor. And it's to cover 200 school sites.
pero was this part nung nabawasan for this year's budget?
Hindi, di ba? Hindi.
No.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. And doon naman sa repair and rehab, nasama niya no ho ba yung mga naapektuhan ng bagyong Enteng for next year?
No, Your Honor, because they should be receiving from the QRF or the Quick Response Fund, Your Honor. So, yun ang sasagot dun sa binagyo ho.
But so far, in place ba yan talaga nakakakuha yung DepEd from that fund?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the
Yes,
repair.
we have that fund, Your Honor. And then I think we still have a substantial amount for this year left. I think over 1 billion left, Your Honor. So,
That's good to hear. Siguro, Sec, in one of our committee hearings with Senator Gatchalian, napag-usapan ho yung, yung problema natin sa yung kailangan ng intervention. Do we have data on how many students yung kailangan ng intervention?
learning, Your Honor, or
For learning.
around 2.7 to 3 million learners, Your Honor, is the estimate.
And then ano ho yung, what will be the intervention for?
There are various programs, Your Honor. Yung learning recovery, that's the one being proposed by the House now, to suspend the curriculum and focus on foundational skills, literacy, and numeracy. So, and of course, we have the National Learning Camp that was observed by Chairman Win and EDCOM, but found to be, lacking in some respects. So we'll take the guidance from the committee, how to amend it going forward. But of course, the budget is already there. So if ever there are amendments, we might need to amend the budget in ho. But the idea is to really focus on reading, math, and science, and for the earlier years to focus on the foundational skills, Your Honor.
So parang mas din magka-concentrate din sa foundation. Pero Sec, paano yung catch-up naman? Like, doon nga sa hearing namin, lumabas na may mga grade 8 students na who cannot read or even do simple math. So ano ho yung magiging intervention for them?
The proposal of the previously was to have catch-up Fridays for reading and math, but the word from the ground is that this has not worked so well. So what we'll do is maybe we'll have supplemental periods for reading and other foundational skills, Your Honor, that we will slot into the curriculum, and also to work it into other subjects as well. So talagang mas intensive yung focus.
And do we have a budget for that?
Yes, Your Honor, we so far, but I think we need it for certain. We need the budget for books for grade 3, for instance. So
Like yung
yeah.
materials ata, Sec, hindi daw pwedeng sulatan.
yun na nga. Kasi shared material ho yun eh. So like one book is supposed to be used for 4 years. It's passed on. So
Siguro
these
for
are-
itong mga estudyante na kailangan ng intervention, baka dapat sa kanila they can write on the actual textbooks.
well, that's proven to be effective, Madam Chair. So we would appreciate that if we could have a budget for that.
For next year's
Yes.
budget, yung
Yeah.
policy pa din is parang they can't still write on the text.
Hindi pa rin ho. Because that would require a bigger budget ho. So
Maybe
we're willing to give
maybe we
details
can
at the proper
split
time, Your Honor.
yeah.
Yes.
Kung magkano ba talaga kahit doon lang dun sa
Sa 2.73 million.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll run the numbers. Oh,
Then, can I just get one update dun sa mga stunted, severely wasted? Siguro yung...
we have a budget of around 11.7 billion for the feeding next year, Your Honor.
ilang years na ho ba tong project na to?
How many years has the feeding? And how many years has it been going feeding? I think at this level, it's only been about 3 years, Your Honor, because yung over 100 days tayo nag-feed. Previously, it was 60 days. So I think the expanded feeding has only been a handful of years, Your Honor, if memory serves me right. And the philosophy is changing somewhat because under the law, we are required to feed wasted and severely wasted. Pero because nga of the work of EDCOM and the Committee on Basic Education, the finding seems to be that that money is better spent for the early years. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Your Honor. So what we want to do is do universal feeding for kinder, and if possible, if the committee will allow, we'll realign the funds from the higher years, grade 6, grade 5, down to maybe grade 1, grade 2. Because that's where doon natin sila masasalba yung mga bata na nangangailangan po ng intervention.
Pero dun sa at a higher grade na kailangan ng intervention kasi severely wasted, mawawala yon if you would shift.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. We have to shift unless the committee will provide additional funding because I think the original request was for 19 billion. That would cover for 175 days, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But for now, what is in the budget is for 120 days, Your Honor. Yeah.
Sige, sir, can you just also submit the funding requirement?
That's why in the wish list, Madam Chair, there is an additional 7 point something billion that will cover the shortfall from the request.
So kasama na dun yung severely wasted at a higher grades and then yung kinder...
Kasama po, but for a longer number of days. Kasi ang nangyayari, pinapakain sila from August, pero they are weighed at the end of the year. So may gap of number of days when they don't get fed. So parang yung iba, hindi na talaga nakakakain, bumabalik sa original weight. So parang walang gain, although they were fed for 120 days.
Yeah, kasi yung months na walang
Yung
pasok, parang babalik lang sila dun sa...
Oh, yes, hindi sila nakakakain. So, parang babalik sa original na timbang.
So parang walang napuputol yung continuity of the,
In a sense,
of the program. So
in
we
a
also need
sense,
to
Madam
cure
Chair.
that gap
Certainly.
in the
We do.
program. So can we just get ilan na ho ba tong severely wasted, and stunted?
We'll furnish, Madam Chair. We will furnish the numbers.
Okay. Siguro yun na lang po. Ang hirap tanongin ni Secretary Angara. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can I just, for clarification, because it's in the same topic, I know I have to wait for my turn, but it's just in the same topic, if I may, Madam Chair, with the indulgence of...
The next person is busy writing his
of
notes.
my,
So go ahead and he
my
notices.
twin brother. Just one question, with regard to the, I know it's very...
Pero lang nga, Secretary was part of the 6 bomb.
I know, and can you imagine we have 4 commissioners here of EDCOM too, and that is why it's so weird. And the secretary used to be our chairperson, chairman of finance, and most of all, the most important position that he played in my life is my basketball teammate. Madam Chair, looking at
Water boy of Senator Joel, Madam Chair.
Can I defer now the budget of Mr. Madam Chair? No, but seriously, we miss you, brother. I was just, I know that we have talked about the PISA and all the programs that the Department of Education is implementing right now for learning recovery, and I think it's very vital. In fact, Madam Chair, you and I were talking at about 2 in the morning. This morning about this budget hearing. That's how we prepare for this budget hearing, but only because we love this department. We believe in this department. We believe in the important role that this department will play. And considering that our brother and seatmate, former chair and the Senator Sani Angara is now at the helm of the Department of Education. We wanted to help in any way we can. And that's the reason why we're all here. We wanted to discuss, we wanted to give and look at the data and find out how else we can improve. Dun po sa learning recovery, you made mention, Your Honor, Secretary, kay Sen. Nancy, na yung, is it the National Learning Camp, yung binabanggit nyo kanina na na-assess nyo na it's not that effective because one, it probably is because of voluntary, 3 to 5 week learning recovery, yung enhancement, tsaka consolidation and intervention supposed to be nandun. Parang yung latest assessment po, hindi po talaga positibo. Is that correct?
That's the assessment of EDCOM.
It's the EDCOM, it's not the DepEd.
Yeah. Well, the DepEd shares the
same.
opinion of EDCOM and the Basic Education Committee, Your Honor, Senator Joel. Na yun, as you mentioned, dahil voluntary nga siya, so yung iba hindi talaga walang balak mag-participate. But having said that, there are measurable gains naman dun sa nag-participate. In terms of improvement in math, in reading, in science, and even for the teachers, they find it beneficial, Your Honor, because I guess their skills are sharpened somewhat.
But definitely not enough to cover and what we are envisioning.
So there's a policy decision to be made, Your Honor. Number one is whether we make it mandatory, I think is the first. And second is whether there have been suggestions that we cover only those who are challenged, whereas there are purists who say we should cover everybody. So those are some of the policy questions we face going forward.
Thank you, Secretary. I don't have the luxury of time because I'm just batting in and joining the conversation of joining the discussion with regard to learning recovery. Napansin ko lang po kasi meron din pong National Reading Program. This promotes literacy development in early grades, harmonizes all reading programs. Meron ding National Mathematics Program which aims to drive collaborative action to promote better numeracy and mathematics in schools. But I'm not sure, Madam Chair, if this is already being implemented. Because the last time I heard when we were asking about this, I think the department is still waiting for the guidelines. Is that correct? Perhaps we can be updated as to
That's
where we
100%.
are right now.
That's 100% correct, Your Honor. The guidelines for the National Math and Reading Program are still being finalized as we speak, Your Honor.
So when are we expecting this to matapos, Madam Chair?
By the end of this month, Your Honor.
By the end of this month?
Yes.
Both, Madam Chair, the National Reading and the National Mathematics, both?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. One last thing that I'd like to show is the senior high school proficiency of learners. Dito po sa EDCOM, pinapakita ho dito sa data na ito, it shows that 88% of our grade 12 students are low proficient. The test aimed to assess 21st century skills using content from English, Science, Math, Filipino, and AP. So mamaya po siguro I will pound on this. I thank our chairperson for allowing me and Senator Win for this opportunity. We'll wait for my turn, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you. Senator Joel is correct, Madam Chair, with these statistics. Sadly, it's the truth. It's correct, Your Honor. Yeah.
Before I give the floor to Senator Sherwin, just want to inform Senator Nancy Binay that the chair would rather that Senator Nancy ask all the questions now rather than on the floor, that it will be directed to me. So feel free to keep on asking questions. But seriously, I'm certain that our colleague, our former colleague, is more than happy to hear our concerns because his dedication to education is really beyond question. The fact that he even took this position is something I think all of us admire. So I'm sure he doesn't mind. And if for whatever reason Her Honor prefers to tell him personally or talk to his staff, then I just want to make sure that all of us let him know whatever we've noticed, our observations, because as I've known him, he would like to also hear our side on everything.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just like to echo what the chairperson said, that we welcome the suggestions of the committee because you are the representatives of the people, and you've studied these issues in depth at the committee level, at the level of EDCOM. So again, please give us policy guidance. We welcome it, Your Honors.
So Senator Sherwin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Well, first of all, I know Secretary Sani was once upon a time chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, who's in charge of revenue generation, and then the chairman of the Finance Committee, who's in charge of spending the revenue. So he's well versed, and I'm sure he's well versed with expenditures and collection, and I'm very sure that he will untangle and fix a lot of the bottlenecks in terms of the challenges in spending the budget of DepEd. I know that the budget has been crafted even prior to his assumption as secretary, and I just want to point out some items, and some of the items have been raised already by some of our colleagues, but just to give some more information. Normally the DepEd's biggest challenge, aside from learner outcomes, really spending the humongous budget being appropriated to DepEd, and that's really a challenge. A lot of people think that it's a blessing that you have a lot of money, but spending it is also a challenge because it's a management challenge, as well as there's a lot of bottlenecks, especially by our procurement laws, by various laws. So having said that, let me just go back to the issue of the computerization program. And based on the data that we saw, the computerization program remains to be a challenge in terms of utilization of funds. In 2023, the obligation rate is only at 50%, and the disbursement rate is only at 12%. And in the hearing dated October 7, 2021, Director Abanil, this was raised during the budget hearing, and Director Abanil told us during the hearing that a new logistics system was going to be in place in order to solve all of these procurement and delivery issues. But I found out today that that new system is also part of the problem now. No? So may I ask Secretary Sani, what are the reforms that will be undertaking in order to improve the delivery of the computerization program? And I appreciate Secretary Sani's appreciation with technology. I think the whole world is moving into EdTech, education technology, and I've seen his post about the Khan Academy, which is, my view, is going to be the future of education. But without the computers as well as internet connectivity, then we cannot harness the full potential of EdTech. So I just want to ask our good secretary on the reforms that he'll be undertaking to improve the delivery of the computers and the computerization program.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. And we, at the outset, thank you to Senator Gatchalian for working so hard for our department and having the right policies in place, along with our former fellow EDCOM members. And thank you to, really, it's really a big help to have like a think tank there to help the department. And I completely agree with him, Madam Chair, that EdTech is the way forward. Your Honor, we saw it in other countries. We see it also here, and hopefully can be rolled out in a quicker way. And we saw it firsthand in one of the schools in Manila, where the kids are really using gadgets. Some purchase at their own expense, even the data plans, and some are on tablets, some are on laptops, some are on smartphones. But I think the commonality is that they're comfortable with the technology, and it somehow makes life easier for both, as mentioned earlier, for both the learners and the teachers. So with respect to some of the reforms, we've mentioned early procurement. I think that applies to purchase of technology as well as the construction of school buildings and anything really that we purchase in bulk given the massive logistical requirements of the department. And secondly is better targeting, I think, Your Honor, being more strategic in our planning. Unfortunately, our planning bureau has been, it's just an OIC. So what I plan to do is create a new strand in the department simply for planning and for technology as well, Your Honor, because that's how much we value what you said, the importance of EdTech, the ability to leapfrog some of our resource gaps and address some of the learning loss that occurs. I think you're well aware last week, Your Honor, Senator Win, in your part of the country, in Marikina and these places, 5 araw nag-absent yung mga bata. So, diba? And unfortunately, I think even some of our private, not only our public schools, but some of our private schools don't have measures in place to address that. So those are some of the things we're looking at. How can we use our experience during the pandemic where there was a lot of learning loss, where the digital divide was really made, it really showed us that if we do not equip our kids with digital skills going forward, maiiwan talaga sila in the new world. There will be gainers, there will be winners, there will be losers. But yung matatalo, yung talagang walang digital skills, Your Honor. So that is our philosophy going forward. To equip, and somehow, maybe we can, thirdly, is to borrow from Finland the approach that pagka may batang may needs, if there is a child who is falling behind, the whole system rallies behind him to provide what he needs, whether it's a laptop or whether it's food in his tummy or her, whether it's technology, whatever it is he needs, he gets it. The least, those who have the least in terms of material means will have at least the education system will kind of make up for that gap in his life or in his learning experience, Your Honor. So these are some of the things we want. And I understand only 41% of our schools have at least one computer. So that's what we're looking at is paano naman yung 59%. But of course, yung quality doon yung sinabi ni Sen Nancy na paano gagamitin yung computer kung wala namang kuryente yung iba. So definitely that is a asterisk there that we must take note of na dapat may, as mentioned by the chair also, who is now also, I'm very happy she's the chair of energy because she can cut through some of that's one of the most complex fields of, and you were also the former chair of energy, come to think of it. And you studied very hard through this complex field and you passed many laws. Pero we're looking at solar energy also as one of the newer technologies since the price has gone down. Maybe going forward, isama na natin yun dun sa last mile schools na meron na silang solar technology. And I think 4th or 5th of our reforms is to have higher MOE. That's one of your recommendations at the committee and EDCOM. So we're moving to a new formula. I'm sure you and the members of EDCOM are aware that there is a new formula for school MOE from the Bongkodin formula, which considered 4 variables. We're now going towards the ADB formula, which considers 27 variables and which divides up the school universe into 6 different schools depending on their offerings, Your Honor. So yun, I think with better planning and better targeting, I think we can at least, if not solve these problems, really make genuine inroads into these problems, Your Honor, Madam Chair Senwin.
Thank you, Seksani. And I was talking to our chairperson. I'm just curious. I heard earlier that the strategy was to get a logistics company to deliver all the different items. What happened to that? Is that what was the dispute.
I'm trying to understand it better, Your Honor, but it was as relayed to me because this was way before our time and dates back not just to the previous administration but to two previous administrations in terms of the DepEd leadership, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Parang yun nga, the plan was to have one logistics provider for all the needs of the DepEd, but unfortunately that logistics provider at the early stages did not perform
Deliver.
the services, did not deliver it on time, and so I think there's a dispute which emerged, and the contract was called off or partially cancelled, if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor.
Is there a litigation going?
There is a emerging litigation, Your Honor. I think there's currently an arbitration. Where? I think there's an arbitration clause in the contract, Your Honor, that's in force now. So doon na tayo papunta, Your Honor. Oh.
Thank you for that. I hope it will not hamper the future purchases. But I think it's a different.
Hindi na po,
contract, no?
we're moving away from that approach
Yeah.
given the
Yeah.
experience, Your Honor. Parang natutunod tayo na maybe we thought it would be beneficial, but it's proven not to be. So we'll go back to the old system where the suppliers will also be the ones to deliver, Your Honor.
Correct. And they, of course, the delivery cost will be built into the cost of the items. No?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. In the same token, I saw also issues with delivery obligation rates with textbooks. For textbooks and other learning materials, the obligation rate is 45%, but the disbursement rate is only 5%. In the same token, the learning tools and equipment, the obligation rate is 50%, but the disbursement rate is 20%. So I think I think this is probably the same in terms of bottlenecks and processes, and I think the approach will also be the same.
You're correct, Your Honor. Medyo mabagal naging disbursement at delivery. We need to do early procurement activities, Your Honor, because we need the books on time. First day of school, dapat nandun na sa mga bata. But unfortunately, as of now, we're still delivering and we'll be delivering books up to December, Your Honor. That's the reality. So, and those books don't even cover 100% of the population. It's only a certain percent. So, we need to improve in this. This is one aspect where we really need to improve, Your Honor. And I think the teams are already, or the strands are already preparing for early procurement. And a second innovation which we're trying out is pre-selection of books. We had to get an opinion from the DBM, the Government Procurement Policy Board, the GPPB, as to whether we could pre-select legally, if we could pre-select the titles and then bid them out. Kumbaga, alam na natin at yun ang bibilhin yung title na yun because it's not been done before. So that's one thing we're looking. And I think that will speed up the process by a few weeks, Your Honor. We've gotten the opinion and it's favorable to us that we can pre-select the titles of the books, Your Honor.
Meaning we can select from existing books already.
Yes, Your Honor. You went to school abroad. Senator Pio went to law school. Senator Joel went to school. Senator Nancy went to UP. The professor gives you a book list, di ba? And you can use. And in law school, there are maybe 5 or 10 authors, and the professor chooses the book. But you choose from a selected number of titles, meaning you don't have to. And the previous modus of DepEd has been to have its own books, to print, to have its own manuscript, to have its own printing, etc. So it's quite a cumbersome procedure, Your Honor. Pero pag pumunta ka sa private school, they pre-select their books, Your Honor. And it's the same, I think, in the United States and other countries. In law school, you can go and buy your own books, di ba? You're just given a list by the professor. So tayo, I think it will make things easier to select from the available titles in the market, and it will also perhaps help our local publishers and the local publishing industry as well, Your Honor, if we tell them in advance that we'll be purchasing from your titles rather than having that cumbersome process of developing your own manuscript, etc., Your Honor.
Thank you for that. In fact, EDCOM had a discussion in Taguig one time with Senator Pia at that time, and that was one of our recommendations and one of the ideas that was floated that in private schools, even in basic education, diba, pag sa private schools ka, they give you a list and you go to a bookstore and you buy your books. So the private schools, they don't print their own books or make their own books. No? So I think that will cut at least 1.5 years of in terms of process, because to develop the book, it's between 1 year to about 1.5 years, you know. So it takes time, and that's and then you add another 1.5 years for delivery from start to end. It's about 3 years for a school to get the book. So I think that's a very good out of the box solution, and I'm very happy to hear that we're finally moving into that very practical solution actually. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dati nga kasi hiwa-hiwalay eh. Iba pa yung bibid sa manuscript, iba pa yung bibid sa magsusulat ng manuscript, iba yung magbibid sa printing, iba pa yung magbiprint sa magbibid sa delivery. So ngayon, pag pre-selected na, you just bid for who's going to supply the books and they will deliver it, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, with the permission of Senator Gatchalian. So ibig sabihin, every school year, nagbibid out kayo ng new manuscript, new...
It used to be the case, Your Honor, but I think in the past few years, it was lessened. So in fairness, it's been cut down from around 3 years to around approximately a year or so, including delivery, Your Honor.
So, well, you know, yan yung reason why there's a backlog.
It's very inefficient, Your Honor. It's a very inefficient system.
Mga material.
And I agree with Senator Win, talagang we need to really cut the fat and then be very practical, because with a student population of 25 million students, these are not...
In fact, Sec, di ba, sa lahat ng private schools, that's the policy. You go to a bookstore and buy the textbooks, the workbooks from that bookstore.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah,
Thank you.
of course, there are practical difficulties in the provinces that there are no bookstores there. But if we can just select the titles and we make sure all the public schools at least will be provided with the books, yun ang part of the solution, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Yeah, just to add to the discussion, I did read that His Honor the Secretary was going in that direction, no? And I want to commend him and your team for that, because I was just asking my two colleagues here who are both EDCOM members along with His Honor and I before, and saying, well, the record does show that the private school students are faring better than the public school, no? Quite consistently. So why would DepEd historically want to create their own books when the books seem to be good enough for the students in the private school that seem to be doing well? So anyway, to commend His Honor and his team, that seems to be the right
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, baka factor ba yung price? I don't know, baka mas mahal.
The price, it's a more costly. I mean, the private schools have a bigger budget, Your Honor. We had a dialogue with the publishers, and they said the private schools have a budget of at least 600 per book, whereas DepEd's budget is about 120 per book, thereabouts.
But Your Honor, with economies of scale,
Yes,
with
yes, exactly.
there's no way that 120, that 600 budget will not go down
Certainly.
120 at the volume that DepEd will purchase.
Yes,
So,
yes. If you're talking about 25 million students, a lot of scale, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. And also, in addition, that will encourage some LGUs, especially the ones who have capacity, to buy books for their own students. No, for example, like in Makati. No? So I'm sure that can be a project of our good senator, and also in Valenzuela. No? Also in Valenzuela. So that's an additional thought on that. And also, I was actually talking to our good chairperson. There was also a program before, and this was during the time of President Pinoy. I remember I was a mayor, and I raised this before. An additional idea, no, on school buildings. I remember at that time, si Secretary Butch Abad had this counterparting program. No, so if you build, let's say, if an LGU is willing to put 50% for a school building, another 50% will come from DepEd. So in short, you multiplied your funds by twice, no? And some of the big LGUs would take it because they can put up the other 50%. Of course, that can be applied to different income classes. If you're a smaller LGU, then you can put up 10 to 20%. But in effect, it multiplies DepEd's school building funds, and we can achieve a much greater and faster. And the concept of that is DepEd downloads the funds to the LGUs. So it's the LGU that procures, it's the LGUs that publishes, it's the LGUs that constructs, but DepEd monitors and audits the funds that are being downloaded. So it takes away that implementation from the DepEd. No? And I think it was a successful program during that time because different LGUs will now build school buildings simultaneously, and something that the good secretary can think about and revive if it merits.
That's a great idea, Madam Chair, Senwin. My dad had a similar policy in DA for irrigation. He had a counterparting. The one who told me was then Governor Agbayani of Pangasinan, and he was able to irrigate thousands of hectares, si Governor Agbayani, because of that program. So I think it's a fantastic idea, and at this stage, given the ever-growing deficit in classrooms, we're now up to 159, and you alluded to that period under Secretary Abad previously. I think then it was only 50 or 60,000, and now it's 160,000. So that just shows how little or how unsuccessful we have been in making inroads in the problem, and we really need very drastic, very dramatic, and maybe a combination of financing solutions. That could be one of them. Another could be PPP. Another, albeit controversial, is also to borrow to build school buildings, because we borrow to fund 1/3 of the budget. So why not borrow to fill up your most urgent need? Because not only do you build it, you're investing in physical capital, but you're also investing in human capital or human infrastructure, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you for that. Secretary, I'll jump to, this was raised by Senator Risa, but I'll drill down to the teaching positions. Earlier she mentioned there are 46,907 unfilled positions, but if you drill it down, the teaching positions about 26,000 as of May 2024 that are unfilled. And this coming 2025, we will request additional 20,000. And I remember during the time of Secretary Briones, filling up is not an easy task as well. No, it takes time. I think I remember it takes about 4 to 6 months in order to fill one teaching position. And apparently, a lot of the processes are outside of DepEd because it goes to civil service, it goes to DBM. And I remember at that time she put together an interagency group in order to address that. No, but as you very well know, teachers is also another aspect that keeps on increasing because of student population, and this 26,000 unfilled is can solve many of our issues with teachers. So just want to ask the good secretary on again, what reforms that he plans to undertake in order to improve the hiring of teaching positions. And at the same time, I'll segue to administrative officers. There's a great move. I think this is a really commendable move from DepEd to relinquish non-teaching tasks from our teachers. No, I think this is a clamor for probably decades. Si Yusek Willie is nodding his head. So being a former principal and superintendent, he knows this. And now that we are moving to that direction, we need to hire more administrative staff. But I also understand that there are about 8,000 created in 2024, and how many do we need in order to fully implement that relinquishing of non-teaching staff, not teaching task, and assign it to administrative officers? So 2 questions: how do we improve the process to hasten the hiring of teachers, and number 2, the number of administrative officers that we need to fully implement that move to take away non-teaching tasks from our teachers?
Thank you for the question, Your Honor. Talagang pinapirate ho talaga. There's many reasons for losing our teachers, Your Honor. Number one, pinapirate talaga yan by other countries where English, teachers in English, the English language are very much in demand. So yung iba nagpupunta sa study tour sa ibang bansa, sponsored, na hindi na bumabalik ho. So that happens. And some retire. So I think what is the figure for how many we lose 100,000 every year of teachers? How many? How many do we lose every year for various causes? Only? Oh, we lose thousands every year, Your Honor, for these causes. Retirement, for they leave some for greener pastures. That's also why we did the expanded career progression, Your Honor. Kasi yung mga nasa baba, they feel they have stalled somewhat, being only promoted to 2 levels after over a decade of service. So, and the monetary equivalent being just a few thousand pesos, Your Honor. But some of the vacancies are harder to fill given the requirements, especially those who teach at junior high school and senior high school, where you need more specialized. Unlike when you're hiring for the lower batches, you can have generalists, Madam Chair, Your Honor. But when you get to the some of the more specialized offerings sa senior high school, you really need someone who is trained in that discipline. So those are some of the factors that I think we have to face, and the hiring of teachers is at the division level, Your Honor. So again, we need to be on top of our divisions, and we've issued Yusek Willie Cabral is in charge of human resources. He's issued a number of orders or memos to the 200 plus divisions at the city, at the provincial level, to speed up the hiring, Your Honor. So as to the question on the needed, it's funny you mentioned it that matagal na ito. It's actually a recommendation of EDCOM 1 to remove the administrative tasks from our teachers. that's the funny thing, no? So yeah, and actually no, going beyond that, I think ED is familiar. It's also he put it in the miseducation. It was a recommendation of the Monroe report, which dates back to 1920s, to declog the teachers or to remove the. So that's how long this problem has subsisted. But I think finally, with the help of DBM, with the commitment of the President to help our teachers and take care of our teachers, and the help from Congress to really go in depth on the problem, finally we're making inroads, I think, into the problem. We have 5,000 this year, I think 5,000 non-administrative staff to help our schools, and another 10,000 next year, Your Honor. But I think the desired number or universe is around 20,000 more, Your Honor. So we're getting there somehow. In fact, I remember during our EDCOM discussion, I expressed skepticism when EDE said we would make inroads in this, but we have. So we need more idealistic people in to make these projections, rather than sometimes when you're too long in government you become jaded. But definitely it is heartening to see the progress that's being made, and because EDCOM and the Basic Education Committee have set targets, there is a roadmap. So somehow there's light at the end of the tunnel. Nakikita na ho natin na nandun na yung finish line, kumbaga. Malayo pa man naman, at least nakikita na natin at alam natin what it takes to get there, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Yeah.
Thank you. And ED Carol told me that for a teacher, on the average, she will have 50 tasks, different tasks, no? Depending on the teacher, depending on the task, but more or less 50 non-teaching tasks assigned to a school, distributed to different teachers. And I'm very happy that next year we'll be hiring 10,000, considering that we have 43,000 schools, so that's about a fourth of our schools will have administrative officers or administrative staff that will be deployed, and fully support this, and definitely will work with the good chairperson in trying to achieve at least more administrative staff for our schools. My last question for the
Thank you, Your
first round, Secretary Sani, is and this, you're very familiar with this, and Senator Joel is also very familiar with this, and it's been our advocacy to empower our senior high school graduates. We allocated 50 million pesos to train our teachers at registered TVET instructors. And at the same time, you're also very familiar with it. We allocated close to about 490 million pesos to, but this is in TESDA, no? To give free assessment and free national certification to our senior high school. So it's goes hand in hand, no? DepEd will train our teachers to become registered TVET instructors. At the same time, TESDA will assess them and give them national certification. So may I get an update on this intervention that Senator Sani once upon a time included this, and I thank him for this advocacy, and also Senator Joel who advocated to put 50 million to expand the number of assessors, because tama si Senator Joel, meron nga tayong pera pero wala namang assessors. So walang mag-assess, no? So we allocated 50 million pesos in TESDA. So I just want to get an update on that program, no? And we had a very good signing at that time, and Yusek China was there during the signing, and we were all very excited. So we would just like to get some updates on that particular program.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you for the question. You're referring to two different insertions made by this committee in the budget of TESDA, but with a much needed boost to our senior high school program. That's because the finding of the committee and EDCOM was that the reason why our learners were not getting, or graduates were not getting employed, is because they were not being assessed and certified, and there was no budget, meaning they had to pay for their own assessment and certification, which is about at least 1,500. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Sen Joel, because this is your neck of the woods. So to test the budget, I think there's a 438 million insertion there, as well as a 50 million. The 438 million is for the assessment of our learners, and the 50 million is for the training of the teachers to become assessors, Your Honor. So the signing you alluded to, unfortunately, the MOA said it only applies to 23-24 graduates. So I met with Secretary Kiko last week, and we discussed the operation, how to operationalize these funds. And so far, we'll start already with the, we've identified 202,893 learners who will be assessed by TESDA, Your Honor, and using that budget. And surprisingly, we thought the budget might be, we were predicting that the budget would be insufficient, but it's actually sumobra ho yung budget, meaning dun sa mga nag-avail. So what the regional directors were asking was, could it apply to previous graduates, those who graduated in 2023? So we just have to amend the MOA to make it applicable to them, Your Honor. And unfortunately, the assessment, the improvement we can do is make the assessment before they graduate, because it's easier to reach them physically, Your Honor. So now, medyo naghahabol tayo dahil graduate na sila, and we have to look for their physical residence and alamin yung kung saan sila na-locate. So for the trainers, NAEAP will be administering these funds, and with TESDA, yeah, with the help of TESDA, Your Honor. So.
Thank you for that. We need to
Just ask one question on that matter, Madam Chair. Perhaps do we have the numbers now that we need in order to cater to our graduates when it comes to assessors? Because you know, when you talk about assessors, Your Honors, you cannot assess a NC1, NC2 certification if you are not a NC3 holder. So it has to be one NC higher. So that is also a challenge. Perhaps we need to get these figures. I know I'm gonna ask this to TESDA, but perhaps if we can find out the demand from the basic education sector, Your Honors.
Kulang po tayo ng assessors. I'm asking for the numbers. Pero in that meeting, it was pointed out that maybe only Region 3 has an excess of assessors, Your Honor. Pero yung other regions, maybe NCR also might have more assessors than is necessary. But yung comments sa ibang regions kulang. Like Region 1, kulang ho sila talaga ng assessors. So that's where they will really appreciate the funds put in by this committee, by Testaman and Basic Education Chair. Yeah, they will really appreciate the funds put in.
Madam Chair, just to again put on record that sometimes it's not really a funding that we need. It's really how we capacitate our agencies, especially education agencies. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Seksani, with the 202,000 graduates that will be assessed, that's already half of the 420, almost half the 420 TVL graduates every year. So I think that's a good start. I think admittedly it's a trial program,
That's
a
right.
pilot program. And my only request is for the department to come up with a monitoring and evaluation system so that we will assess whether these funds are indeed useful in terms of making them employable. No, some a form of study or a form of M&E program so that we will know whether this intervention does really work.
That's a fantastic idea, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Your Honor, Senwin, na talagang may tracer study tayo para, given that it's the first time since 2016 when the first batch of senior high school graduates, the first time where the government is answering or sinasagot nila yung, is answering for the financial requirements of assessment and certification. We should see how we've improved, and certainly, as I mentioned, the time for the assessment should be earlier, ideally before they graduate. And we're looking at all the possible holes, and definitely we will improve our monitoring and implementation, Your Honor, because naging nangyari is it's not the regional directors who coordinate with the regional directors of TESDA. It should be ideally RD to RD. Ang nangyari is naging division superintendent to RD dahil the information is that they're at their level. So what we've told the RDs in our last MANCOM is, kayo magkumuha ng data because hinihingi ng TESDA na ang hirap daw kumuha ng data from DepEd. So what we're trying to do is really have that data, at least at the regional level, already collated. RD to RD mag-uusap at para yung, and we're asking them to map out also maybe there's a need for like a voucher system for what we do, where we really make use of the excess capacity. Alam ng EDCOM to na, and the Basic Education Committee and St. Joel, na talagang there are private institutions na may excess capacity and they have the assessors as well. There's just a need to map them out on the ground and really know where that excess capacity is, and then baka pwede dyan gamitin, or we can develop a voucher program, given that. So that's also a practical solution because not every school can offer. Maybe a smaller school might have difficulty offering so many NCs or TVET courses, Your Honor. Mahihirapan sila. So maybe there can be a greater focus on the offerings and also tailored to the local economy needs, Your Honor. Kung anong mga industriya na at mga trabahong ang in demand sa. I heard, for instance, before that there was a shortage of construction workers in Region 6. So maybe the work of the schools and the institutions there can be tailored towards the needs of industry. The offerings can be tailored para yung job skills mismatch we can make inroads into that, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the response, Seksani, and Madam Chairman, I'll end my questioning in the first round, and I'm very optimistic that Seksani will bring in a lot of important reforms in the education sector, and good luck. And we're here to support your programs and your needs in the department. Maraming salamat.
That's much appreciated. And again, we thank Senator Sherwin for the excellent work he's done at the Basic Education Committee and also in EDCOM. Parang third committee na niya yun in addition. Not to mention, he chairs the Ways and Means Committee, which, and congratulations for passing the Create More between him, Senator Pia, Senator Joel. There's so much institutional knowledge as well as Senator Rafi and Senator Nancy. So congratulations and our thanks, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Parang na mismo makipagdebate sa amin sa taxation, ano?
Ngayon, hindi na po ako makapagdebate. Joke lang po.
Anyway, we'll give the floor to Senator Tulfo. Sir, you have 10 minutes and then we can do our second round if none of the... Ay! Ang dami mo kasing intervention kaya akala ko tuloy meron. I'm just kidding. Sorry. So, but you're next, no? Am I correct? Okay. So, Senator Tulfo, you're next. And then after that, Senator Joel. And then we will go to our second round. First round pa lang. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. First of all, papasalamat ako sa iyo. Secretary Sani Angara. For decades, yung problema tungkol sa voluntary contribution sa mga estudyante sa public schools, hindi mabigyan-bigyan ng solusyon. Decades. And I've been fighting for it. Nagkailang administrasyon na, tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung mga reklamo. And nung nag-usap tayo, boom, agad-agad natigil. Nahinto na yung mga natatanggap kong reklamo pertaining to that, which I really appreciate. Kasi nga, sinasabi ko dito palagi noon, paulit-ulit, yung mga estudyante na pupunta sa public schools, sila yung mga anak ng mga mahirap nating kababayan, yung iba sa kanila naglalakad na lang para makapunta sa eskwelahan, and yet pagdating ng school, sinasabing voluntary pero inuobliga sila na magbayad sa contribution na para pampagawa ng kung ano na sa school, which I really appreciate at natigil because of that letter, and you send me a copy of that. And after that, a week or so later, meron ako natanggap ng mga letters sa mga magulang, communications, at nagpapasalamat. Thank you, Senator Angara, tungkol dyan. Two questions lang ako. This will not take 10 minutes, Madam Chair. Yung e-GasPay program, ito na naman yung tagtad na reklamong natatanggap ko sa aking programa, Expanded Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education. By the billions, I don't have the exact number. How much is it? 30 billion 2022 and 40 billion 2023. Ang reason why we have this kind of program, which is good in a way if I'm to be asked, dahil this supposed to decongest yung pagsisiksikan ng mga estudyante sa public schools para naman mapunta sa private schools. However, ang concern ko lang dito muna, ang tanong, meron ba kayong ginawang pag-aaral na mas cost-effective ba itong maggastos ng bilyones para yung mga estudyante sa public mapunta sa private to decongest, or magpatayo na lang tayo ng mga classrooms and then long-term pa yung magiging pakinabang dyan, and then magdagdag na tayo ng mga teachers. What do you think of that, sir?
There is a paper done. Thank you. First of all, Your Honor, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the honorable gentleman from Isabela and Ilocos for number one, he sponsored my confirmation, and that was very quick and painless. Thank you, Your Honor. And secondly, yung sinasabi niyang dapat magpasalamat sa akin, dapat kami yung magpasalamat sa kanya, Madam Chair, dahil siya yung naging impetus or panimula nung aming aksyon. At sinabi niya sa amin, hindi pwedeng maningil ang singilin ang mga magulang at mga pamilya sapagkat meron tayong batas dyan, RA 42 something, a very old Republic Act, Madam Chair. And it was pointed out that the only allowable deductions are for the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts. Yun lang ang exception to the general rule na hindi natin dahil talagang kung gusto natin maging free yung public education as enunciated by Senator Tulfo, kailangan pagbawalan natin yung itong ginagawa ng ilang, hindi natin nilalahat, Your Honor, Madam Chair, pero yung iba talaga, kahit may policy ang ganun, pinipilit pa rin, parang pinapahiya yung magulang na at kinukuha yung parang pinipressure sila na mag-contribute. So we thank Senator Tulfo for that, for giving us that policy direction, Your Honor. Ito namang gospel law, Your Honor, is it's a law, Republic Act 8545, or the Expanded Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education. Ito ay enacted in pursuant to the Philippine Constitution na dapat may complementarity tayo between public and private education, as well as may provision tayo which calls or mandates the state to establish a system of subsidies and incentives to deserving learners in both public and private schools, especially to the underprivileged. Yung sa doon sa pag-aaral, meron hong pag-aaral ginawa ang I'm not sure if it's EDCOM or PIDS, one of the policy groups, government think tanks, si Dr. Paqueo po. He was also the one who did the study on Unifast, Madam Chair, which you sponsored into law. Na mas cost efficient yung voucher system kasi hindi ka yung ginagamit mo na yung nakatayong mga classrooms at binibigyan mo ng nadidecongest, so may parang benepisyo on both sides kasi yung for capacity ng private schools nagagamit yung kanilang pasilidad, tapos yung kakulangan naman ho sa public school ay nadidecongest ho yung overcrowded classrooms kasi yung ibang mga estudyante ay napupunta sa mga private schools. So parang there is benefit to both public and private under this system, Your Honor. So I will look for a copy of that paper and I will furnish His Honor and will summarize the findings for him, Your Honor. Pero yun ang isa sa mga findings, meaning for every 1 peso spent on school infrastructure, for every 1 peso spent on vouchers, mas efficient ang resulta sa nagagastos mo sa voucher system, Your Honor.
If I may just add, no, spread it into the record na lang din kasi matagal din natin inaral yan in the budget process. If you will recall, especially during the pandemic, a lot of private schools closed down. But with GASPE, marami din na salvage because nakadagdag yun sa enrollment nila. If you will recall, there was a big migration to public schools because marami din talaga naghirap. So that's one. And then I can also attest, and I think I've shared it in previous hearings, that at least in the city of Taguig, my sister-in-law, Mayor Lani Cayetano, attests that she and other fellow mayors have discussed how helpful it is because especially in like Metro Manila and other metropolitan cities, wala ka na ring mahanap, wala na ring way ang mga public schools to expand, pataasan na ng pataasan because of the lack of land. But the private schools, nandiyan na sila, some of them have been around for a long time, so the public-private partnership really works when we're able to assist by way of the voucher system.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's well said. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, yung sabi ko may mga reklamo sa akin, mga estudyante and teachers, Secretary Sani, hindi nababayaran yung mga estudyante kaya ang nangyari, hindi nabibigay yung kanilang mga papers at hindi sila nakapag-enroll. They want to move on, mag-graduate na sila sa high school at pupunta sa koleyo. Hindi nabayaran kaya nagkakaproblema. Pati mga teachers hindi nabibigyan kanilang mga sweldo. Ba't po nagkakaproblema? This was before your administration though.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Tama po kayo. May arrears po tayo dyan. I think to the tune of 1.9 billion pesos yung utang natin sa mga estudyante. And that's in the wish list of the department, Your Honor. So,
may budget naman po doon. Ba't nagkautang?
at saka I've been told that we're also cleaning up our system. Meaning yung mga eskwelahan na may deficiencies in terms of yung students.
Utang, bakit po nagkautang? Saan po napunta yung pera?
Parang sumobra ho yung nag-avail ho, mas marami dun sa, kasi reimbursement ho yun So, mas maraming na-avail kaysa dun. Let's say, nabanggit niyo po yung yearly budget. Let's say it's 30 billion or 40 billion. Parang na-exceed natin, naging 41.9 billion yung utang ho natin sa mga eskwelahan.
Kasi na-plug down po ng COA na merong 300 million unaccounted or disallowed. So, alam niyo po yun.
I think that's for PAYAC,
PAYAC, yes.
if I'm not mistaken.
Ito po, right, ito po yung Private Education Systems Committee na kung saan under po itong
Yes.
GASP. Now, follow-up question ko doon, Secretary. Although PAYAC is a private institution, right? Pero it's using private money to fund the GASP. Ayaw nila magpa-audit sa COA. In fact, the last time COA was here, one of the members of the COA, gustong-gusto ng COA i-audit, gigil na gigil ng COA na i-audit, pero ay magpa-audit ng PAYAC. So is there any way na magawa niyo ng paraan na dapat dumaan sa auditing itong PAYAC, yung perang lumalabas, pumapasok dito, galing sa pera ng gobyerno na dinadaan dito na napupunta sa IGASP. Yun lang po ang gusto ko.
Yes, sir.
Na sana ma-audit.
Yes, sir.
Kasi matigas ang ulo itong PAYAC
Opo.
ay magpa-audit.
Well, ang alam kong, hindi ako expert sa auditing rules, Your Honor, pero ang alam ko, basta nakatanggap ka ng pampublikong salapi or public funds, you are subject to audit, Your Honor.
Kasi for many years, hindi po nagpapa-audit yung PAYAC.
Hindi ko siguro pwede yun. Basta yung usage of public funds, they must be audited, Your Honor.
So under your watch, can you promise us na hindi na exempted sa COA itong PAYAC?
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to the public funds, hindi po pwedeng, no one can be exempt from these funds, from being audited for these funds, Your Honor.
COA, happy na kayo? Anybody from COA? Kasi last time, malungkot kayo eh. Okay na sa inyo yan? Okay. So, they'll take your word for it?
Yes. Opo. Talagang dapat ma-audit talaga sila dahil government public money ho yun eh. So,
Thank you very much.
Opo.
Yun lang po. Madam Chair, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Your Honor. Salamat po marami.
Why don't we allow the chair and the team to take a mobility break, a restroom break, because I know that Senator Joel is coming back, and I know Senator Riza wanted a second round, so did Senator Gatchalian. So let's take a few minute break.
Yeah,
while
thank you.
we call
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, muli magandang tanghali po sa DepEd family sa pangunguna ng napakagaling na secretary ng DepEd. Kita nyo naman, hindi pa nagsisimula, pinupuri na namin napakagaling. Only because we know him and his DNA in serving the best interests of our people through the education sector. I'm glad, Madam Chair, that the entire DepEd family ay kasama po natin, especially si Yusek Traiji at si Yusek Fatima, na namimiss din namin kasi parang si Sensa nila yung namimiss ng lahat. Let me start and again, Madam Chair, I'm more concerned of this information and discussion more than anything else because as you very well know, we have been espousing for better services and better performance from the Department of Education. Let me also state for the record, Madam Chair, that the Senate President himself, through the commissioners of EDCOM, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Gatchalian, this representation, and Senator Pimentel agreed that before we conduct our plenary session for the budget deliberation, we will call on all education sectors to talk about certain things with the specific agenda, perhaps the overlapping functions, the sharing of data, etc., which I will also share. And I believe that's a very good idea that we will implement in order to help the entire education sector. Now, Madam Chair, my first question would be on the senior high school graduates, and a lot of critics would say that K to 12 is not working. Let's just go back to K to 10. Although, if I remember it right, before we passed the K to 12 program, I'm still in TESDA. Parang dalawang bansa na lang sa buong mundo yung hindi sumusunod, no? But still, ito, init muli itong usapin na ito. May mga hindi believers pa rin ng K to 12. And ang pinagdidiskitaan is itong extra 2 years na to, specifically yung TVL track, which I feel unfair, Madam Chair, because even during the time when Congress, because I wasn't part of Congress during that time, I was part of the education sector. When this law is being coined, we made representations to both houses of Congress that the success of the TVET track would depend on the programs that will be implemented. The teachers, the facilities, the industries around the local areas, suburb areas man ito, talagang dun ho manggagaling, no? So, hindi ito one size fits all. When you say, sige, you go to TVET and that's it, you will be able to land jobs. Despite the fact that even during that time, 8 out of 10 graduates of TVET actually land jobs. So my first question is the assessment of the K to 12 program. Perhaps we can get the numbers as to how many would take the TVET track, how many would continue their education and take collegiate courses, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, to my very good friend, Sen. Joel, Madam Chair. I agree with everything he said and feeling ko mas kabisado nito kaysa sa akin dahil universe niya ito eh. As TESDA man talagang he oversaw many reforms in TESDA and pero sa akin, Your Honor, as to first the statistics of those who take up senior high school for 2023, 70% nag-academic track. There are 4 tracks ho. As you're well aware, Madam Chair, Your Honor. 29% ang nag-TVL, Your Honor, and 0.6 yung arts and sports track. So we're, as you know, we're undertaking a review of the SHS curriculum, Your Honor. Hindi nasama unfortunately dun sa matatag curriculum. So yun ang unfinished business natin with respect to amending the curriculum, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Secretary Brad. And it's good to note na only 29% would take the TVL track. Mali yung mga narinig nating data ng mga nakaraan, maging doon sa I saw a congressional hearing that they were that someone from the legislature is saying that more than 50% would take the TVL track. So it's not true, Your Honor. Thank you for that. Also, I would like to find out, Madam Chair, the challenges that we are facing with the TVET track. So if 29% goes to TVL track, after graduation, do we have an assessment now as to how many gets employed after taking the TVL track?
Fortunately, there is no tracer study, Your Honor. I think that's one of the things we should have done is place a tracer study because that was one of the findings of the Unifast when we put up Unifast, that there are no tracer studies of all despite the 30 plus scholarship programs all over the government. I think there's only been one very small study pre that study again of Dr. Paqueo that led to the passage of the Unifast law. So assessment natin, Your Honor, and again, the gentleman knows this better than I do, but just for the record, Your Honor, yung nabanggit earlier that you pointed out and Senator Sherwin pointed out, yung walang budget for assessment and certification, naging problema ho yun. So despite graduating several batches of TVET since 2016, when we graduated our first batch, they had to pay for their own assessment and certification. So parang hindi naging free yung kanilang basic education. Kaya nirereklamo ng mga magulang, we promised jobs but without assessment, how can we expect industry to hire if there's no certification and assessment of Well, babalik ba si Senator Tol? Joke lang. Joke lang po. Anyway, I'd like to give him credit for that and thank him because it's going to be a big help to those to everyone. I mean, to employers who will have better employees. It will be a big help to our educational system. And I guess I'll tackle the latest issue first regarding the possibility of having an equivalency. Pwede po, pwede po. We just need to work very closely with industry. We need to work very closely with TESDA, in which we are already doing, and we look forward to the tenure of Sec Kiko. Hopefully we can be the second coming of Joel Villanueva at TESDA. I repeat because that here, I hope Sec Kiko can be the second coming of Joel Villanueva at TESDA. So, kung may EDCOM too, baka may TESDA man too. No, but seriously, because I remember during Sec Joel's time, the hiring rate of the BPOs increased dramatically because of some of the offerings, because he was working very closely with industry. Nakikinig po sa anong kailangan ng industriya. And he came up with very responsive or modules which were very responsive to the needs of industry. So ganun din po, on using that model, we have so many new industries or disciplines emerging. And I understand TESDA is only in a number of them. I think they're only in 20 plus industries, Your Honor. E sa dami po ng industriya sa mundo. Emerging industries alone, cybersecurity, data analytics, data science, all of these, I think. There's a future short of getting a bachelor's degree. Maraming micro-credentials which I think the gentleman is alluding to, Madam Chair. Gusto talaga natin yon. At yung sinabi niya na huwag dapat maliitin yung graduates ng TechVoc, I totally agree with him. At ibang na ni Presidente, we played the video earlier, Your Honor, Madam Chair, where the President said that the hiring rate of TVET graduates is very high. So he's a believer in that, Madam Chair, like you are. So, and he's also a believer in micro-credentials in a changing world, no? So, ganun sana yung outlook din natin. And I agree with him also that in my initial consultations with industry, in my contact with the PSAC or the Private Sector Advisory Council through PCORP, which is the vehicle they've used to unify industry, like IBPAP is part of it, PCCI, many industries, Your Honor, na they're willing to hire talaga. Ang hinihingi lang nila is more time for work immersion. So yung binabanggit yung 6 months, pasok ko yun. Yung ayaw na nila ng 80 hours, gusto nila mas tayo sa 640 hours, Your Honor. Para talagang, kasi ang sinasabi nila ngayon, sa mag-graduate, they have to retrain them. So hindi basta-basta hire, iti-train pa nila. So why not include that training, as you mentioned, during their time in senior high school para maging makabuluhan po yung oras nila at yung pangako natin na magkakatrabaho sila after graduating from senior high school, magkatotoo, Your Honors and Joel, Madam Chair.
So, thank you for that, Your Honor, Madam Chair. And the Bible says, "Give honor to whom honor is due." So I cannot help but mention the great Ed Angara, our mentor, Senator Pia, because when I was in TESDA, he would pound on the importance of having relevant training regulations. It has to be industry-led. There's no way you can come up with the training regulations that's not industry-led. It is not industry-based, Your Honor. Otherwise, baliwala. Parang bini-implement mo lang yung programa just for the sake na makapag-implement ka. But if it is industry-based, then you will be reaping the fruits of your labor. Kasi ito yung talagang kailangan, no? And I just wanted to put on record.
So before you put the next thing on record, now you can pound also because his son is in DepEd. So go
Yes,
ahead and
you
pound.
can pound right now because the son, the great son also, is in DepEd, Your Honor. Thank you. Madam Chair, let me put on record, no, in the EBET law that we passed, which Senator Risa, our Deputy Minority Leader, also supported and gave so many insightful amendments. The council will actually be tasked to identify these industries, emerging industries. Of course, the enterprises will benefit from it, from lots of incentives, tax incentives, etc. you would have the list of entrepreneurs, enterprises participating in this program. So with that, perhaps our DepEd family within your specific regions and provinces, makita po ito para meron tayong proactive approach na magagawa po natin para matulungan ang ating mga kababayan. We talk about micro credentials, Your Honor, and I'm sure you and I have been talking about this for so long, for more than perhaps 2 decades now. Maybe know, Madam Chair, how we can incorporate and provide credit for micro credentials do you have any idea how we'll be able to incorporate and provide credit dito sa micro credentials in our senior high school with the end goal definitely of boosting our employability of our senior high school graduates, not just in the TVET track when they even if they did not if they opt not to take the TVL track, dun sila sa academics and then they stop going to school. Ano yung mga programs? I'm sharing this, Madam Chair, because you know, I'm sure Your Honor is very much aware of the Grow with Google, no? Yung Grow with Google, meron po silang pinoprovide na several courses on artificial intelligence which you can finish in under 10 hours, Your Honors. 10 hours lang po ito of self-paced study, and then after completing the modules, makikita po doon, you can easily get a certification, no? A course certificate from Grow with Google. Doon din po sa Coursera, it provides several courses for high school students categorized. May 3 kategorya, may beginner, may intermediate, and advanced level. So ito, may mga magagandang examples of micro credentials, and I think, Madam Chair, it's about time talaga na and I'm glad, no, the senators are here, Senator Risa, Senator Pia, na very much willing to walk the extra mile and sacrifice in order to for us to contribute in whatever capacity we can contribute in improving our education system. Kasi every time we go around, go abroad, di ba? We were together in Boston, Brad, and we've seen a lot of initiatives from the government, initiatives from the education sector na talaga namang kung nakakamatay ang inggit, mamamatay ka na dahil sa sobrang passionate mo, no, na may mangyari sa ginagawa po natin. I mean, nasa age na tayo ng AI. In Singapore, I was there last time, nakita ko yung si barista Ella can make 2,000 cups of coffee in an hour. Nandun nung nasa Amerika tayo, Brad, we saw that app na magbubook ka ng taxi na driverless. Actually, I video ko siya. Magbubook ka ng taxi, pupunta ka dun sa isang lugar, walang driver, dadaling ka dun sa isang lugar. Can you imagine? Tapos, sa Saudi Arabia, si Sofia is the first Saudi Arabian citizen robot na ginawang citizen ng Saudi Arabia. Marami pa ang iba, no? If you look at the things around us, and that's why this sector is very challenging, and hindi kami naiinggit sa'yo, Senator Sani, pero nandito kami para damayan ka. Kaya, you know, no, that's what I wanted to discuss, so we can further improve our capacity, our initiatives in incorporating, providing credits, for instance, for micro-credentials in our senior high school. Again, with the end goal of boosting our employability, Your Honors. Thank you.
Your Honor, I couldn't agree with you more, and I think we thank you for the guidance. I think technology is a wonderful thing, as you mentioned, and definitely, we're looking at decongesting, number one, our senior high school curriculum. There are 15 core subjects for all 4 tracks. An additional 7 applied subjects related to the core subject. So parang naging core na rin siya. So, and this is so there are a lot of unnecessary subjects in the senior high school and minimal choice for our learners. The tracks are very rigid, Your Honor. So I think in a liberalized track, or in the new senior high school curriculum, there will be room for micro-credentials like you mentioned, Your Honor. You mentioned Coursera. We signed a memorandum with I Am the Code. It's a global philanthropist who is a UN young global leader and is offering free access to 60,000 software trainings for our senior high school learners. So Coursera is one of the providers that they've waived their license for I Am the Code. So that will be implemented soon, sir. And I think not only in the formal system, you mentioned how we can incorporate. I think even in the ALS, and we were talking about your ETIAP bill a while ago, Your Honor.
We hope we will finish it today, hopefully with the support of the minority. We just finished the period of interpellations and debates. So today we will tackle the period of individual amendments, Your Honor. So I also hope that we can do something like that in the basic education.
Yes, Your Honor. I think there is room for, I think our ALS or alternative learning system mirrors the formal learning system. So kung nagbago po yung formal, dapat magbago rin yung informal. So at dito siguro yung ayaw na mag-aral na sa loob ng classroom dahil may trabaho siya, pwede siyang kumuha ng additional micro credentials sa ALS alternative. At saka yung regulatory approach natin siguro kailangan magbago, Your Honor, because when we went with EDCOM to the US, the institutions are allowed to develop their own courses. Meaning, and that course will be good for 5 years. Eh dito, hindi makapag-offer kahit higher education, kahit TVET, hindi makapag-offer until in-approve ng regulatory agency. Which, by then, St. Joel said, it's too late. Dapat industry-led siya. Dapat these private schools, because they work on the laws of supply and demand, they know what is in demand and they will adjust to what the market demands, Your Honor, in terms of offerings. So I thank him for the guidance on this and we will work on it, Your Honor, St. Joel, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have one last question because I will just do the second round. We all advocate geographic information system, Your Honors. Yung GIS mapping of available jobs in each province in line with the digitalization of our peso. Pet to ni Senator Angara na minana ko sa kanya, kaya Senator Sani Angara, and now I'm espousing and advocating the digitalization, Madam Chair, of our public employment offices, no? So I think it's important na mag-collaborate ang DepEd with the PESOS to ensure then that our senior high school, especially yung mga TVL track natin, included po sila dun sa inventory of available skills and employment opportunities in each province. I hope we are doing that already, and if not, pwedeng patatawag natin yung mga hindi sumusunod ito. I think it's a 1+1 initiative, no, for DepEd to implement. Yung one last point that I'd like to raise, because it was mentioned the importance of convergence, and I earlier announced the idea of the chairperson and the Senate President to have a one pre-plenary meeting, hearing with the different education departments and agencies, given the fact, Madam Chair, there was a creation of a cabinet cluster on education to enhance oversight education agencies, headed by no less than the best possible head of the chair of the education sector. Oh, his name is Secretary Sani Angara, Your Honor. So, Madam Chair, ang question lang natin is, what are the prospects for finally addressing the persistent lack of coordination? I think it is important. If you recall, Madam Chair, last year and the year before that and the year before that, this representation would always ask, and Secretary Angara would attest to this. I would ask how many times the PQF and CCC would meet, and unfortunately, They are not meeting, Madam Chair. Simple meeting will actually help a lot of our initiatives here in the Senate, here in the legislature, for these government agencies to move forward. And that's why I commend the idea of our Madam Chair, Senator Pia Cayetano, to conduct a hearing where we will be able, Madam Chair, to find out, no? For example, yung convergence ng DepEd, CHED, PRC, teacher training, supply and demand of teachers, DepEd, CHED, DepEd TESDA programs na training and assessment in the TVL track. Ano din yung mga existing databases, Madam Chair, that the DepEd and the CHED and TESDA are sharing? Ano po yung mga budget items na kung saan kino-co-manage ng DepEd at TESDA, ng TESDA at CHED, etc. I think that's very important, and I will no longer raise these items here now, Madam Chair, but I'm looking forward dun sa next hearing natin na kasama natin yung family ng TESDA at CHED. But if there are any additional matters that the three agencies would want to talk about, I hope that we'll be able to tackle it. So again, Madam Chair, I am a very passionate advocate of supermarket of competencies. I always believe na hindi pwedeng i-box natin yung education system natin. I always believe yung idea, Madam Chair, na pag ako yung learner, papasok ako sa supermarket, pupunta ako sa mga aisle-aisle, kukunin ko yung mga iba't ibang competencies na kailangan ko. May point system, para may rubrics point system. Dadaling ko yung card ko doon sa cashier at doon makikita kung pwede na, tapos na ako doon sa required number of units or point system that I need in order to graduate, to get the diploma, to get the NC4, NC5, or even that bachelor's degree, postgrad degree. That's what I believe in, Madam Chair. Kasi everything is changing except change. And the education, the world of work has changed tremendously with the emergence of artificial intelligence. And so I believe ito yung kailangan ng ating education system. And so that would be my last question, Madam Chair. While there are existing mechanisms, coordination councils in the education sector such as PQF, Philippine Qualifications Framework, National Coordinating Council, the Teacher Education Council, TEC, the Philippine Credit Transfer System, PCTS. Gusto ko lang po malaman, what are other major programs or activities that require coordination with other education agencies mula sa DepEd to CHED and to TESDA, kahit na general lang po para sa susunod na pagdinig o briefing na kasama po yung DepEd, ng TESDA at CHED, mas magiging makabuluhan, mas magiging fruitful yung ating briefing. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat sa ating Secretary. Kahit miss na miss natin sila, hindi ko i-defer yung budget ng DepEd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Again, full of good points from our colleague, our former colleague, Sen Joel. I'll try to do justice to what he said, Madam Chair. Regarding the education cluster, I agree with him that coordination is really key. Hindi ko na ulitin yung nasabi niya na kung saan kailangan. But if I were to add, perhaps the most pressing is the coordination for the personnel needed by the department, Your Honor, because we're in a sore lack. We have over 4,000 vacancies for guidance counselors. So maybe the CHED could give more scholarships for this, and we could amend the law which requires them to be master's degree graduates to be a guidance counselor. I think that's the under the Committee on Civil Service, if I'm not mistaken. And we need development pediatricians, Your Honor, because we're not able to really say if a child or how he can progress to the next level, Your Honor. Wala yung expertise needed. Pagtingin sa bata, pag-assess sa kanya, sasabihin ng DepEd na dito ka, pwede siyang sumama sa klase, or this one needs special attention. Wala tayong ganung we don't have that expertise on a large scale, Your Honor. And that's true for even the private sector. Those of us Alam ni Sen Joel to because alam niya. And I know it also because we waited long time to get an appointment with a development pediatrician. My wife and I had to do that. So, you know, we also need science teachers, but they're not enough in the pipeline. And there are regions, again, back to the guidance counselors, there are regions that don't graduate a single guidance counselor, Your Honor. So, can you just imagine how pronounced the needs are in our schools for these very important positions, Your Honor? So, I think if there is a need, it is that the need to coordinate the resources since the CHED provides billions in scholarships. Why not give it to those or in those disciplines that are sorely needed by our within. Ito pa lang yung pinag-uusapan natin, Your Honor. Educational system pa lang. Hindi pa natin pinag-uusapan yung bansa. Meaning, I was told that there is no one, as other countries are already deep sea mining the West Philippine Sea, the Benham Rice. Tayo, wala tayong capacity to do that because we don't have the trained personnel, Your Honor. So, doon pa lang ang laki na ng universe of needed competencies and skills and employees, Your Honor. And the gentleman mentioned the geographic mapping. I think that's a great idea. And that's with the new planning strand, I think we can lay the foundation for that, Your Honor. At may registry ang TESDA, may registry ng DOLE ng skilled individuals. I think we can add the graduates of senior high school to that. And we can ask our people on the ground, the regional directors and the division superintendents to district superintendents to gather that data going forward, Your Honor. So I know the gentleman mentioned so much, but those are just my thoughts on this. And the digitalization, we welcome that because the sharing of information will be much easier. And if you're in Agusan, you know what vacancies there are all over the country with the push of a button. I think that is a fantastic development. And we thank again for the umpteenth time. We thank the committee, Senator Joel, and the chair and the members for their policy guidance on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joel. Before I give the floor for the second round of our colleagues, just to add to that, I will initiate a hearing, co-chair a hearing with Senator Joel on the three education clusters, so that we can see what are the synergies there. And case in point, when His Honor mentioned the lack of guidance counselors, we've been discussing this when His Honor was still a senator. I looked at Senator Sherwin and I said, do you remember some years ago when it was revealed that there was a lack of social workers? We both went to our respective LGUs. His brother was the mayor in Valenzuela and my sister-in-law is the mayor in Taguig. And now both of our local university and college, Taguig and Valenzuela have social work programs because when we relayed it, that immediately was confirmed that there's a shortage. Yeah. And so we can easily do this if we have that opportunity to work together. So we'll do that for the budget. I will have my staff work with everyone because I want the secretaries here. I don't want just directors. We want the secretaries here, no? So we'll do it right after towards the end of September. Okay, so we have at least two more colleagues who I'm happy to do this until just a few minutes before we're called into session. So Senator Risa, you have the floor, and then after you, it's Senator Sherwin. I don't know if maybe we can check if there's anyone else coming, so at least we can divide the time among this. I'm happy to let you use up all the time. I can always relay my own questions to the secretary and his staff. So go ahead, Senator Risa.
Salamat muli, Madam Chair, at magandang hapon, Secretary Sonny. I have a second group of questions, two-thirds shorter than this morning. Yung isa follow-up lang dun sa pag-uusap natin about the COA accounting deficiencies. So, ano nga yung tungkol dun sa alleged non-remittances related to PhilHealth and GSIS premium contributions at saka pag-ibig loan amortizations amounting to 3.79 billion pesos, Madam Chair?
Yes, Your Honor. There's, saan dito yun? Anong page? Ayan. Yes, this is that DepEd failed, according to COA, DepEd failed to remit 3.1 billion GSIS premiums and loan amortizations in 2023. And the status of this, Your Honor, Madam Chair, is we are reconciling with GSIS to confirm that DepEd has indeed made the remittances. Regional ba to? Regional. This is done at the regional level, Your Honor, so we have to collate the information. It represents cumulative accounts from schools, divisions, regional, as well as central offices, Your Honor. We have been able to reconcile with GSIS out of the 3.1 billion, 1.2 billion, Your Honor. And there is currently a regional reconciliation with our GSIS counterparts. This is expected to be completed by October, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Salamat, Secretary. So by next month pala, harinawa marireconcile na lahat.
Yes, ma'am.
So dahil na-reconcile na yung 1.2B with GSIS, ibig sabihin mga mga, ano ba to? Ako yung aking
So another 1.9 billion left to
1.9
reconcile, Madam Chair.
sa PhilHealth naman. And then there's also a reconciliation going on with Pag-ibig, if I understand that correctly. For the
I was told, with your permission, Madam, just an additional a piece of information. Kasi pagka ginagawa yung COA report end of the year, December, hindi pa na-relay yung information regarding remittances. So I think somehow we have to improve our reportorial system internally, Your Honor, para real-time ho siya.
Salamat. I can appreciate that. Also, similar dun sa time and motion na sinabi ni Sec kanina about how expenditures are slower earlier in the year because it's earlier in the school year, pero bandang katapusan ng taon ay humahabol din naman. Alright, salamat po. Dako ako ngayon, Madam Chair, sa yung isa pang tanong na lang tungkol dun sa teacher salaries and benefits. So, dun sa parehong EO64 na pinag-uusapan natin kaninang umaga, government will provide an annual medical allowance of up to 7,000 pesos. And assuming may 955,000 or kanina sabi ni Sec 800,000 plus na mga guro sa DepEd, this amount when pooled will amount to more or less than 6.7B kasi ang factor ko kanina ay 955,000 teachers. So, less than 6.7 or around 6 billion pesos at para sa guro pa lang ito. So pwede po bang matanong paano pinaplano ng DepEd leadership i-operationalize itong provision, Madam Chair?
Initially, what we're doing, thank you, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Itong 7,000 na in-announce po ng ating Pangulo sa kanyang SONA for each employee po yan. So not only the teachers, but and if we have over 1 million employees, they'll all be entitled. So it's over 7 billion actually, Your Honor. And ang gagawin namin initially is to send out a memo in the form of a memo, a survey. It's a survey of those who would be interested in pooling the funds for a possible HMO to provide, Your Honor. Because as you know, you've been working with PhilHealth on the universal healthcare. You've been the chair of the committee on health. So alam niyo po na a pooled amount can really get very good benefits. Dito po sa Senado, we had a very good health provider or health insurance that answered for our checkups, etc. And it's the same with the private sector, Your Honor, because of the pooled funds, they're able to get good services or a good HMO for their employees. So that's the idea. Yun sana ang pupuntahan natin. How to operationalize it on the ground, that's another thing. We still have to have that conversation, and we're awaiting the DBM circular actually, because we don't want to fall afoul of any regulation. So we want guidance from the DBM as to how this amount is to be spent. And if they say that we can pool the funds, then we will move forward from our initial survey and actually maybe have a dialogue with already the health insurance providers as well as teachers groups as to how to move forward and concretize the pooling of funds, Your Honor.
Thanks so much, Sec. I'm very glad to hear that, Madam Chair. At dahil natanong ko nga ito, kasi nga, gaya ng sinasabi na rin ni Sec, the pooled fund amounting to more than 7B would indeed be sufficient to enter into a group HMO policy or even task PhilHealth to develop specific benefit packages for teachers' health and DepEd employees' health. So, just a thought, Madam Chair, and I'm glad thought na yun sa isip ni Sec. Just a thought as I advocate for the Healthy Buhay and Hanap Buhay para sa mga guro bill as an extension of the UHC Act na ipinasa natin dito sa Senado din. Okay, so dako na lang ako, Madam Chair, sa huling mga paksa on inclusive education program. So ito, may pondo sa edukasyon pero mukhang may maiiwanan. Sa report ng LBRMO na isinumite sa atin, all of the major programs of DepEd, itong inclusive education, or sa lahat ng major programs, itong inclusive education program ang duguan at namumula sa budget cuts. Reportedly, 281.89 million pesos ang budget cuts sa IP, madrasa, at special needs education. Kaunti na nga ang inilagak na pondo na tagpas pa at mukhang na deprioritize. I would understand that over the years, mababa ang budget utilization sa mga sub-programs na ito. But then again, isn't it the mandate of the DepEd to ensure that no one is left behind and affirmative actions should be taken to ensure universal access to education? Alarming as it is, pwede ba nating malaman kung anong maaasahan kay Sec Sani sa usaping ito, lalo't milyong mga learners ang nakataya dito, Madam Chair?
Well, we couldn't agree with you more, Madam Chair, that inclusive education deserves to be funded, Your Honor. And we proposed it in our budget proposal. But unfortunately, I think they look at the NEP rather than the GAA when they set the level for the NEP of the succeeding year. But nonetheless, we remain committed to that, Your Honor. And we, in our wish list, which we presented earlier, Your Honor, Madam Chair, we asked for additional funding for madrasa as well as the child fine system of SNED or special needs education. This is to establish a child fine system to identify and evaluate learners with disabilities pursuant to RA 11650 or the Inclusive Education Law, whereas the ask for madrasa is to support the compensation of over 2,900 asatids teaching classes for the madrasa education program. What does ALIVE stand for again? ALIVE classes, meaning it stands for Arabic language and Islamic education, Your Honor. So yun po ang hinihingi namin at hopefully mapagbigyan. Sana your colleagues will agree with your advocacy, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Salamat, Sec. Hari nawa nga. Yung IP education, hindi po ba naisama sa wish list?
Tama rin ho, actually. We're asking for an additional 550 million, Your Honor. This is for policy development and program management and the rollout of the Matatag curriculum for grades 2, 3, 5, and 8 and for reproduction of learning resources, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Sec. And para sa indigenous peoples din yon.
Yes, for IPED yun.
Okay po, maraming salamat. So sa huling paksa ko na lang, Madam Chair, on healthy learning institutions, safe spaces, and mental health. So kaugnay din ng mga batas na pinagtulungan nating ipasa dito. In 2022, Madam Chair, there was a DepEd and DOH partnership for healthy learning institutions under the UHC Act. I remember that HLI framework was pilot tested in 273 last mile elementary schools in 8 provinces and 1 city. At tanda ko rin sa plenary ng DepEd budget, then Finance Chair, now Secretary Sonny, supported the realignment of DepEd's confidential fund to these initiatives or to this initiative. Pwede po bang makahingi ng update kay Sec Sonny, kumusta na ba itong initiative na ito?
It's ongoing with DOH, Your Honor, and additional, I'm told that there will be additional schools for this year, Your Honor.
Good to know. Salamat, Sec. And follow up din namin yun sa pagdinig sa DOH budget. Tapos, likewise, no, nitong nakaraan, the Senate approved the proposed basic education, mental health, and wellness na sinusulong naman din ni Sen. Sherwin. Pwede po bang makakuha ng view ni Sec. Sunny tungkol sa ano yung baseline? No? Ano yung baseline in terms of issues at saka challenges sa mental health, sa basic ed? At paano ini-envision ni Sec. Sunny na itulak pa ang promotion ng mental health sa school setting? Siguro dagdag na dun sa sinabi ninyo kanina tungkol sa guidance counselors.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Well, sangayon kami dun sa findings ng Basic Ed Committee at sang EDCOM to Your Honor na medyo kulang tayo sa interventions pagdating sa mental health at saka and kasama na rin dito yung lack of personnel because apparently there are over 30,000 psychometricians in the country. We were told that's a study done by Dr. Alampay, an expert from Ateneo, in a paper for EDCOM regarding the mismatch nga ng supply and demand, Your Honor. Meaning, we require them to be master's graduates in guidance counselors, but I guess the intention was good to have a very rigid or a very strict requirement before becoming a guidance counselor, but it worked to the disadvantage of our schools and our learners, Madam Chair, Your Honor, because as said earlier, there are over 4,000 vacancies. So sana, we made representations before na sana payagan yung mga non-master's degree holders, even if they just graduated from an undergrad degree, mapayagan na sila, but the other agencies were not agreeable to it, given that if it's an educational requirement, you have to be strict about it. But having seen the gravity of the situation, I think they're coming around and agreeing to have a temporary workaround, Your Honor. While Congress is looking at amending the law, we have that supply of psychometricians who can step in, Your Honor. And on the part of DepEd, the item for guidance counselors is frozen at salary grade 11, which is a teacher 1 item. So, but does that need DBM approval? Does it need DBM? Well, have we communicated? Yes. We've communicated with DBM to allow us to formalize the proposal to raise the item, Your Honor. So to at least salary grade 13, so we can attract more professionals to work for us. Kasi even in the private schools, I think not everyone is competitive. Not everyone can pay 50,000 or whatever the market rate is for these guidance counselors and professionals, Your Honor.
Just for the
Salamat.
record,
Yes, Madam Chair.
may I just interject very quickly? Since I chaired this subcommittee, we have brought that to the attention of DBM, the guidance counselors. Unfortunately, the response that we were getting, which we understand, is because the law requires the master's degree. So we were kind of in a never-ending circle.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Yes, of course.
Very quick intervention. We just approved and ratified the Basic Education Mental Health Law. Si Asik Galban was very active in giving us guidance as well as giving us some concepts. So we created a new position called School Counselor Associate. And those who are non-master's degree holder can now be part of the School Counselor Associate. And in the law, they will be qualified or entitled to get salary grade between salary grade 11 to salary grade 15. And then for those who are master's degree holder, they will be called school counselor. These are the registered guidance counselor, registered psychologist, and we upgraded the salary to salary grade 16 to salary grade 22. No? So mas mataas siya. So hopefully that will improve the attractiveness to work in government.
That would be an enormous help, Your Honor. Thank you for the passage of that bill. Magiging malaking tulong ho yan. And I think in shifting the balance, right now we're in balance. So to help us get back to a state where we have people helping. And this was taken up, would you believe, Madam Chair, Your Honor, sa discussion on the cabinet cluster. Si Director Yee was there, and the President was shocked by these statistics. Actually, he was not aware that it had gotten this bad, and he said, and he recalled his own experience where as soon as he went to school in the UK, where when he entered the school, there was a faculty member who was assigned to him, meaning if you have any problems, come to me. So I think that is something that we can look at in the meantime when we don't have the ideal ratios of professionals to our students, where we assign, sabi niya, bakit in the meantime, why don't you assign every teacher, dapat may toka nga daw, sabi niya. Very practical yung approach niya. So I think there is light at the end of the tunnel, Your Honor, with all these developments on the legislative and the executive front. Again, thank you for the passage of that piece of legislation.
Salamat, Sec, and Madam Chair, and no problem
Can I
po.
just
Go
finish
ahead.
this topic, no? I think let's also include one of the amendments, and I'm sure there were others, the chairman put them all together, was cognizant of the fact that there, even though we reduce the master's requirement, there's not going to be a long line, of students wanting to be guidance counselors right away. You really have to make these courses sexy. You want them, and in a way, the times have allowed more awareness of this issue. So in that sense, kids who maybe experience it or who understood the need, then they will be lining up for these courses. But what we also did was we allowed now any other graduate of I think behavioral science course to then just take 18 units. I think that is so important, Mr. Secretary, for your team to know, so that we can work with CHED and let these kids know what are the available career options there. Because I don't know how many really, wake up and say, I will be a guidance counselor. Parang it's so specific. Yung I will be a teacher pa, yes I will be a doctor. Pero yung I will be a guidance counselor, medyo, so how do you draw them to this career path? Then one career path is they don't even major in that. They major in something else, but then with a few more units later on, they can do that. And then I want to take this opportunity to also ask the secretary to take a look at peer programs and maybe PTA collaborations to address this need, because we will not have enough guidance counselors in the next 4 years, in the next 6 years. It's not going to happen overnight. But there are effective programs. Taguig City, I actually sat down with this youth group that had a very good program, and they actually train other members of the youth group. It starts with having, compassionate friends who can listen to you. Maybe there's an advisor who's part of that. So there's a lot of things we can do to bridge the gap in between. Anyway, I'll end there.
Yeah.
If you wanna
I couldn't agree more, Madam Chair. Thank you for that guidance. But just to add to the question, to maybe hopefully round things off, Your Honor, Madam Chair, regarding mental health, there are ongoing. You mentioned peer health assessments. There's also training of our trainers for health personnel on peer health navigation playbook, since most other kids would be more comfortable getting advice from peers and hearing about their experiences. And we also have training of DepEd personnel on mental health assessment and pilot administration of the children and adolescents risk screener, meaning being able to spot cases and problems early on, Your Honor. Even along what you said, Madam Chair, even not possessing that degree, that they have at least initial training and skills to spot cases. And we have also learning materials on mental health and psychosocial support for teenage mothers under this mental health, under school mental health, the school mental health program, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Sec. It's really good to hear about the temporary workaround that DepEd has arrived at talagang may both legislative and executive history behind this. Naalala ko nung tinatrabaho pa natin what became the mental health law. Yung youth and the student organizations doon, yung Y4MH or Youth for Mental Health, they were also advocating what has now begun to happen na yung mga psychometricians, as the secretary was saying, through perhaps yung sinabi ni Chair na extra units in behavioral science courses be allowed to take on guidance counseling tasks in the school setting. Sinasabi din ng Y4MH noon or Youth for Mental Health Coalition yung tungkol sa sinasabi nyo ngayon, Sec, at ni Chair about peer health and peer programs. Sinusulong din nila yung peer counseling groups. So malaking bagay din if DepEd could proactively encourage and support these peer counseling groups in the elementary and senior high school and senior high schools. And then yung salamat din binanggit yung learning materials for teenage mothers. This is still one of the provisions. This is a provision in the bill right now on preventing adolescent pregnancy by way of providing social protection to teenage moms or for that matter to teenage dads, no, na makabalik sa pag-aaral, makapagtapos ng pag-aaral para din they can prepare for decent jobs or livelihoods as part also of taking care of their babies and of their family. Huling paksa ko na lang at tanong ngayon, Madam Chair, related to concerns with safe spaces, our bawal bastos law. Meron po bang initiative mula sa end ng DepEd para i-promote o ideklara ang mga eskwelahan bilang safe spaces para sa lahat o ideklara ang mga eskwelahan bilang bawal bastos zones, Madam Chair?
I think some of these, well, first of all, let me thank Senator Risa, Madam Chair, for the policy guidance here. And I do recognize that she's been such a great advocate for mental health. I remember those days when we passed the mental health law, and you even brought a lot of notable personalities to the session hall when you sponsored that law. And they shared their experiences, and I think a lot of people benefited from knowing that they were not alone in these experiences. So safe spaces, definitely on the bullying aspect, we've tried to re-emphasize what is provided in the at least in the anti-bullying law, that for each school to have an anti-bullying policy, Your Honor. It seems many don't, unfortunately, and this may help explain the rise of bullying once more. And with respect to the safe spaces, there is a department order, which is the National Policy Framework on Learners and Schools as Zones of Peace. This was issued in 2019, Your Honor. So I think that has the same philosophy as your law on safe spaces, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Sec. Ano ulit yung pamagat ng National Policy Framework on?
It's Department Order number 32, series of 2019, a National Policy Framework on Learners and Schools as Zones of Peace, Your Honor.
Wonderful. Salamat, Sec. And indeed, dahil yung bawal bastos law is for everyone, and but at the first off for women and LGBTQIA plus persons who experience sexism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, etc. So maganda po na the secretary relates it to the anti-bullying law, because in fact there's a majority of, I just don't have the number with me right now, but a majority of LGBTQIA plus young people, youth and students who have been bullied because of their SOGI-esque. And it's wonderful that there's the department order already on learners and schools as zones of peace. Pwede pong ikambal yun dun sa isang minamandate ng safe spaces law or bawal bastos law na every institution including schools have their CODI or Committee on Decorum and Investigation para dun yun yung CODI yung pwedeng promote ng isang conducive learning environment because safe for all learners. And then, pwede dun din sa CODI magsumbong kung may reklamo at yung CODI ay pwede din motu proprio mag-investigate kung may malaman silang any violation. So maraming salamat, Sec, for entertaining my questions these 2 half days. And again, mabuhay kayo and all the best. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Senator Risa, Madam Chair, for giving us such great policy guidance. Thank you po.
Thank you, Senator Riza, and Senator Sherwin, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just have 2 questions. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And I remember asking this during the last budget hearing, and Seksani can answer, or maybe Nas can answer this, because I was looking at the utilization rate of the National Academy for Sports, and last year it was quite low. Didn't even surpass 20%. This year, 2023, the obligation rate is 25%, and then the disbursement rate is 19%. No, so I can direct this question to.
It's a new agency, relatively new agency, Your Honor. So I think I don't know if they're fully capacitated in terms of staffing as well. They may or may not have a procurement professional to assist them, Your Honor. But if Director Joy wishes to answer, maybe she can be recognized, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Yes, actually the reason why we had a low utilization rate one is that we are a new attached agency of DepEd, and then second is that we just transferred in the campus early this year, so the utilization of electricity and all the security and cleaners are yet hindi pa po na ma-maximize yung expenses. So it's just we are already maximizing it. So ngayon pa lang po kami naka-experience na magbabayad actually. So it's good that we have that, we were able to utilize our budget, and yun lang po yung.
In your explanation, can you include you have not completed 1 full year on campus?
Yes, not yet.
They were actually online, and then even when there was a back to school, their campus wasn't ready. That's what I recall.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that explanation. And will come a point rin that we expect efficiency in terms of expending the budget appropriated to your agency, and we're very excited. In fact, personally, I'm sure Senator Pia, Senator Risa is very excited with the National Academy for Sports, and you've been very generous with your time in attending some of the local sports schools that are being legislated here. So I want the NAS to be the role model for all of these sports schools, no? And there are a lot of promise in regards to the NAS, and that's why every time we have those local sports schools discussion, we always refer them to the NAS as the model and the example. So I know that there's a lot of birthing pains these past few years, but let me just hopefully this pains will eventually die down, and we'll go back to full maximization of our budget.
Your Honor, thank you for mentioning that. And with Secretary Sani with us, I'm, as one of the main authors of the law of the National Academy of Sports, I strongly believe, and I'm very confident that he will support our programs, our activities and projects. Madam Chair, thank you.
Yes, I agree with Director Joy, Your Honor. I think the NAS deserves to be supported as one of the youngest members of the DepEd family of the 6 attached agencies. It is the one of the most recent vintage. As you know, you were at the VICAM, you were one of the sponsors also, along with Senator Pia. Senator Risa supported the bill. So talagang nararapat na suportahan po ang NAS. And then just like any other agency, there is a learning curve, I believe, Your Honor. Sa umpisa, things are more difficult, but as things, as pointed out by the chair, now that they're full-time, makikita nila ano yung kulang, ano yung pangangailangan ng ahensya. And I think they deserve support from this body as well as from the DepEd, Your Honor.
For that. Out of, just as an update, how many students do we have now in the NAS?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, we have 228 student athletes at the moment from grade 7 to 10.
Grade 7 to 10.
That's
And
correct.
the goal is to reach until grade 12, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when's the timetable to reach that?
Right now, actually, Your Honor, we have students up to grade 10 only. So we'll still be offering senior high school by next school year.
Next school year.
Yes.
And then grade 11 first or both grade levels already?
Grade 11 and 12, but we are still crafting and of course streamlining the curriculum of the senior high school until because we need to be aligned from DepEd, so we're still waiting for the curriculum from
The matatag curriculum.
the matatag curriculum.
And on a separate topic, Seksani, we had this hearing on this on GASPE, and one of the findings that we came out with in the hearing was some students, not some, but a lot of students who are not considered poor or not considered indigent are receiving subsidies from government, no? Both with our ESC and the voucher program. And it was during that hearing that I think it was Attorney Rama who was there. Director Rama was there. And she also admitted that there are refinements that should be made in the guidelines so that, first of all, we decongest our schools, and then second, we target students who are deserving, especially poor students. And I remember she also mentioned that the guidelines will be amended and refined within the year. So may we just get an update on that, because we're allocating close to about 40 billion to GASPE. It's one of the bigger chunks in terms of subsidies being given to our students, and also part of the DepEd budget, one of the biggest chunks in the DepEd budget. So we want to make sure that the 40 billion that we are allocating only goes to indigent students and also goes to poor students who are deserving. So maybe get an update on that policy review.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair. They're finalizing the review. It will be done by the end of the month, Your Honor, and for implementation in the next school year, Your Honor. And tama po kayo. I think they're trying to set a income cutoff for the beneficiaries. I read somewhere that it was first to fifth, or now it's seventh income decile, in order to better target the beneficiaries, Your Honor.
In other words, the new guidelines will assure us that the 40 billion being allocated will only go to indigent students, to poor students, and also in a way decongest some of the congested schools.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why we're specifying the decile. I'm just trying to get the numerical equivalence of but you might be more familiar as the Ways and Means Chair for these deciles. I remember there was one time I was familiar with this when we were doing the
Changes,
the unconditional cash transfer, if you remember, some years back,
and
Your
also
Honor.
because of inflation,
Yeah.
it changes.
So it is monthly.
But I think just the assurance that it will go specifically to our poor students, no? Because
Yes.
if non-poor students will get it, then it eases out.
It's a crowding out. There's a crowding out effect, Your Honor.
Correct. It crowds out the poor students who obviously needs help, no, from
Yes,
our
Your Honor.
government.
That's very much the case, Your Honor. And so I was told that with this cutoff of the first to seventh income decile, this will be those households earning 40,000 and below, Your Honor. So household to household, households, yes.
It's about 4,000 pesos a month for a household. 40,000 and below a year, annual,
A month, Your
a
Honor.
month,
A month. Household, but household income.
household income
Yes.
niya. So 20,000 per
20,000
Per-
per dual income, it's
per dual
20,000, Your
income.
Honor.
Yeah.
But after tax, probably
30,000, 30,000 more or less. All right. Yeah, we'll just request
an
from
answer in writing, a more comprehensive answer in writing, we will submit, Your Honor.
a comprehensive writing and also maybe a draft to submit to the committee.
If there's a draft, yes,
Yeah.
we will furnish you, so your
we can
input could
comment.
be also incorporated in the final product, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary. Again, good luck and congratulations to your advance approval of your budget. Thank you.
Thank you. With your help and assistance, Your Honor.
Not to preempt, but
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you very much, Senator Wind, our chairperson sa Basic Education. And again, we appreciate very much the very learned inputs and the hard work that you've had and the support, all the support you've given to the department over many years. Maraming salamat po, sir. Thank you.
I'm just checking if there are other senators who intend to ask questions, but in the meantime, I'll use up the remaining time that we have. I wanted to direct my questions to the secretary's budget, but I don't want to run out of time, so I'm just going to quickly refer to the wish list of the attached agencies, no? Unfortunately, I don't think we have time for them to individually present it, but we know what it is, and I have worked with all of you. You know my staff personally. If I finish asking my questions, I'd actually like to give you the floor. But if I don't, you know who to talk to. It's not me. It's these people sitting behind me. But for the record, the total, I don't know if your secretary knows this. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he knows this, but I just want to, emphasize that the total wish list is 2.2 billion, of which, and I'm sure you're not surprised, 1.6 is National Museum. So, ang matitira na lang, let's assume that we can grant this, which we're normally able to grant significant amounts, but not all. But the wish list of the attached agencies are usually 10 million, 3 million, 290,000. Pero sa national...
They have leveled up, Your Honor. They have leveled up significantly. With the 1.3 billion budget, they've also leveled up their wish list, Madam Chair.
The National Museum has always asked for a lot, and I think the record shows, ask and at some point it shall be given. Kasi dati yung dagdag na budget ng National Museum is usually through the additional budget given by Congress.
That's right, that's right.
But you do such a good job that even in the NEP, naka 1 billion na kayo, first time ever, National Museum. So congratulations, but kindly share naman with your counterparts kasi ikaw lang ang 1 billion tapos sila yung mga budget nila. Not even a quarter of National Museum's budget, and this is the education cluster. So
But in fairness, Madam Chair, the National Museum has done excellent work in recent years.
no question there. No one questions naman the ano.
But you're correct. I think they also deserve their share of the pie, and then I think many of them are asking for amounts that are quite doable and,
Quite
reasonable,
doable.
Your Honor.
Yeah, well, and as you all know, when your secretary now was our chairman, he supported all of your requests.
All the proposals of Sen Pia and Sen Risa and Sen Sherwin. Madam Chair, if I may interject just for a brief point, with your permission.
Also, to
Yeah.
share whatever you want.
I also wanted to take advantage of the presence of Sen Risa because she's the champion of gender and development budgeting. And in fact, she offered her services to all the agencies because there is this difficulty to spend that 5% mandated amount. I was informed during our presentations that ECCD is compliance. Spending for ECCD is compliance with the gender and development budget. So one of our agencies is the ECCD, or the Early Child Care and Development Council. And as you know, they're underfunded. So maybe, number one, if we could ask if it's not too much to ask, if we could ask Senrisa to maybe help through her extensive network of agencies and civil service civil society organizations to maybe let them know that some of these agencies can use the 5% for ECCD if they want to train, they want to pay for the salaries of daycare workers, or put up centers. It's something that would be considered compliance with the legal mandate to spend 5% of their budgets for gender and development. So I only found that out now, actually. So I wanted to share it with the committee, Madam Chair. And secondly, I think ECCD, maybe the law could be revisited by EDCOM and the Basic Education Committee, because there's a bill. Thank you very much, because I was told the original bill was vetoed back in the day, and that would have created a full-time agency. But it was returned. That's why it became a council, because the leadership at the time was against the creation of new government agencies. So I think within our system, since EDCOM and the committee are looking at the education system as a whole, I think this needs to be strengthened, Madam Chair, Your Honors. Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may, maraming salamat for that information. Sec Sonny, makakarating sa mga partners natin para lalong ma-highlight pati yung profile ng ECCD of inculcating and promoting gender sensitivity, gender justice, even from the early childhood stage of as human beings and Filipinos. And I'm sorry na suklian yung mabuting balita na yun to say na in fact yung ilan ko pang mga concerns ay yung di umanong non-compliance ng DepEd daw sa GAD programming and budgeting. At least meron na kayong
Alam na nila na pwedeng gastusin sa ECCD, Madam Chair. Baka di rin nila alam. Kasi ako, di ko alam until they told us that ECCD would be spending. So.
Thank you so much for updating us about that. And I look forward, all of us, including this representation, to continue to work with DepEd on expanding the best practice of ECCD throughout the DepEd family. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that information. So we're around 350 million short with our ECCD budget. We should double it, Madam Chair, in the next budget cycle. Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you to Sen. Risa. Yeah.
One very low-hanging fruit, no? And this idea came to me because in my paddle club, which is awaiting your visit, it's a sports club. There was a sponsor who put a little display there of free feminine products. And actually, you can use GAD budget for that in some countries. Of course, it's the Nordic countries that are always ahead, no? They're giving free products to all women now. I don't know if the 5% of the government agencies can cover for the teachers, can cover for the female students. That's an easy win, because
Good idea, Madam Chair.
it's a monthly expense that a woman incurs for 30 years of her life or so. So anyway, you can take a look at that.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
If I may, although it's outside the ambit of the DepEd budget, but interesting you should mention that kasi parang narinig ko minsan may na-refer na bill sa atin, or in any case, it's being talked about, yung VAT exemption din sa feminine products. Maybe that's something we can look at going down the road. Speaking of the ways and means, and salamat, I think Sec Sonny started this discussion about ECCD and the GAD budget compliance. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Puro out of the topic na to. Kukulit lang, nakisawsaw na rin tong mga staff ko. We filed a bill or a resolution on the pink tax. So there was a study in I think in the US that not feminine products, yung personal hygiene products, but just any product that is marketed to a female, they'll just jack it up. Just because. So like razors, which women also use, are more expensive. So I was hoping that we would have our own study done in the Philippines. So these are products used by both sexes, and yet they'll make the ones for women more expensive. Anyway, slightly out of topic, but interesting because your teachers are mostly women. So but before I leave the topic on ECCD, I also wanted to mention it could be, we create the law in the hope that it's followed, of course. And the Early Years Act, which I believe is His Honor's father's law, and I think I was a co-author also, already had a provision on gender budgeting. And it's probably why, which led the agency to be a little bit earlier than the rest in implementing that concept of having a gender budget. But the other thing I wanted to point out is year in and year out, I lament the low utilization of ECCD. Alam niyo po yan, every year, walang patawad na dagdag ako ng dagdag ng budget for ECCD. And the first year I handled the budget, the following year was a pandemic year. So for the next 2 to 3 years, we couldn't see, the excuse of course was pandemic, hindi ma-utilize. Pero up to now, ganun pa rin. I won't ask for an answer now because I'd rather just go through all my questions. Your staff can talk to us. But that remains our problem. So I was always so excited about the learning centers that need to be put up. I even had a time frame, Mr. Secretary, you'll remember when you were chairman, na in the next 6 years, if we give this much, over the 6 years, matatapos yan. Wala na. This coming budget is my last budget. I've handled DepEd for 6 years and it's far from happening. So I'm really sad about it. Anyway, I'd post that.
You have 6 more years, Madam Chair.
Yeah, hopefully. So anyway, so that's one issue that I wish can be addressed. And I'm so happy that the secretary, like his father, is an ECCD fan. And there's so much that we can do about it. I look forward to this new bill, which the chairperson just filed a substitute bill, so I actually haven't had a chance to look at it. But the idea really is to really strengthen it. And I'm happy to hear that the secretary agrees that even funding for nutrition has to be focused. Most of you have heard me say it, I'll say it again. I'm a product of an early childhood expert because my mom, most of you heard of my dad, but my mom is an early childhood teacher. So that's where my passion lies. Okay. So I'll leave that for ECCD, I think. Oh, and I just have to say that's also an outcome of EDCOM, of course. No, EDCOM has really supported the research that I have come across, and they really came up with a report that supported that. Okay. The next thing I want to point out is NAS. Very quickly, Director Joy, there's so much hype about our good performance in the Olympics. So very quickly, what are your dreams and aspirations? Don't give me budget, I'll read it. Just, like 1 minute of telling me what are the aspirations now, because they'll be looking towards NAS and of course with DepEd's leadership, not just you alone. What can we do? What can we expect? And I want to tell you also what I expect, no? The support that I'd like NAS now to be giving other high schools for the sports. I understand when we rolled out senior high, there was little interest, Secretary, in developing the high school for the sports. Wala daw takers. And I'm like, paano walang takers? The Palarong Pambansa is one of the highlight of DepEd students and even teachers. It's a break. And then walang interest mag-pursue ng career. So that's just something you can all work on together. And then, anyway, just a few words from you, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking that up. Kasi right now we are really looking at, of course, with our mandate of producing world-class athletes. And that is really one of our main agenda, and one of the directions is really to complete the phases of our infra in the National Academy of Sports. In fact, Madam Chair, we are already constructing the gymnastics center, which I'm sure and I'm very confident that the next school year, it will really attract more admissions on gymnastics.
No,
Yes.
para alam naman ng mga
Okay.
nakikinig sa atin, hindi tayo reactive.
Okay.
Meron ng gymnastics, okay? Meron na.
Yeah, actually,
Meron
we
na.
have gymnastics is one of our focus sports.
That's what I know.
Yeah.
I'm just emphasizing it for you.
Yeah.
Now, it's always been there.
Yes.
But with the recent success, global success of Carlos Yulo, then we're now saying that siguro mas magkaka-interest pa, and I'm sure the senators will rally to also support your needs for that.
That is correct, Madam Chair. In fact, we are already in the phase 2 of our construction. So we are building the gymnastics center. So it's something really that to look forward to, Madam Chair. Right now, we have limited, facilities for our gymnasts. We are just using, shared facility with, for them. But right now, I'm happy to say that, NSAs are also supporting us and helping us out in the training of our currently, may mga student athletes kami na gymnast ngayon.
Okay. How come yung weightlifting? Because I'm looking at a chart, no?
Yeah.
You have students and they've increased every year for aquatics, athletics, badminton, gymnastics, judo, table tennis, and taekwondo. They've all increased. Weightlifting has not increased. It was 0 last school year and it's still 0. Surprisingly lang, no?
Yeah, I'm also surprised, Madam Chair, because of the what happened to at the previous Olympics result of Fidelin Diaz. We were really expecting that some students would also be coming into NAS, para magkaroon lang ng interest. It is just for the past 3 years and for the past school years, we did not receive any admission coming from the
Work
weightlifting.
directly with Hidlin.
Yes, we do.
Okay, anyway, I'll message her because it's her passion and it's her advocacy. She's,
Yes.
yeah.
She actually messaged me when I was newly appointed, Madam Chair. And she asked how come it's not, if she could appeal that it be part of the Palaro. Because it's not part of Palarong Pambansa. And she said she was willing to personally, baka she's willing to offer her services to the NAS, Madam Chair. So I think that's it.
Right? Put it in NAS, but wala sa palaro.
Yeah. So
Okay.
dapat may
Because that's
continue.
one, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that's one of the criteria really sa requirement. There should be podium finishers coming from Palarong Pambansa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Eh, kaya pala. O, ito yun pala yung sagot. Kaya pala, kung requirement yun, di wala. I mean, you would probably ease that requirement if you had a applicant who had other credentials.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
sure.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, but that's the main reason. Okay. Okay, we were told 3:15. O sige, kaya ko mag-sprint ha. So, bahala ka. 3:14, I will adjourn and I will run. Okay? 3:15. Yeah, I know you're here to support. So, but I'm letting you know, like I will say adjourn, then we run. Okay? No more pleasantries, sorry. We just really need to get this, squeeze every moment that we can. I'm looking for my notes. Here. I saw something in your file, your presentation, which I think is about 50 pages, so I'm not gonna leaf through it, but I did take notes. Something about home economic graduates to allow them to teach home economics. Do you remember that, Secretary? So I even wonder, because even UP, some of the football players who were teammates of my daughters are home economics graduate, and they've even saying, why are we still called home economics? No, there's so many other, so there's anyway, this
It's a new law, Your Honor, that
what is it?
allows them to teach.
It is a new
Yeah.
law that allows them to teach. So that was the.
Even if they haven't passed the LET, Your Honor, they can teach it. I think there's a shortage. It's to address a shortage.
That's what that was about.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
That wasn't clear to me. Okay, so that's good news. And I'm guessing, can you review the curriculum of this home economics? Baka naman, konti na lang guidance counselor na rin. Because I'm just assuming, I'm not saying this from a technical perspective, I'm saying it as a mother, na ano ba yung tinuturo sa home economics, di ba? It's probably related to raising children,
Yes, Your Honor.
being homemakers, so baka naman ilang units na
Sa
lang yan.
TEC, ma'am, sa Teacher Education Council, which we just confirmed the appointment of Dr. Hodgson. They can discuss
They can
these,
look at this.
they can look at
They can
these,
break this down
yeah,
for
all
us.
of these needs
Perfect.
across the three agencies. They can, look at the needs and then develop policies, Your Honor, for our teachers and our
Perfect.
needed competencies, Your Honor.
Perfect. And then I'm just going to mention something that my brother, Senator Alan, always mentions in DepEd hearings, budget or otherwise, because he was against, I don't know if he's still against, but he has strong reservations about the senior high precisely because of its implementation. And he was saying that historically, and he's been a member of Congress longer than me, because of his time in the House, including Senator Angara, he's always pointing out that that TESDA originally, TESDA, and then he knows this history much better than me. TESDA, and even before TESDA, the PUPs, and yesterday he just sponsored the PUP Modernization Charter. The PUPs were meant to do the tech book side of the education. And then we just kept throwing in new ideas left and right. And now the senior high, technically, arguably has one of the weakest tech book tracks, no? So I'm just gonna put his often repeated concern about that, which is similar to Senator Joel's concern anyway. And we're always happy to work with you. I'll put on record that I'm volunteering Taguig City, I'm volunteering Valenzuela for your pilot testing. We're very supportive of your initiatives, Mr. Secretary.
Madam Chair, I can't blame Senator Alan for taking that view because given I agree with him, it's not been implemented well. In the US, they have community colleges which serve as the equivalent of TESDA. And again, it's clear that you take a 1 year or 2 year course, the so-called micro-credentials, then it's clear that there's a path for you to eventually work. Maybe if you need to work and raise a family, you can return to the educational system and you will get credits for what you did. And you can just do another 1 or 2 years and you have your bachelor's degree. So that ladderized or that stackability that we learned about during our EdCom tour, it is there, it's inbuilt into the system, whereas it's not as mobile here. The path is not as clear the pathways are not as clear. So we really need to drill down on the PQF, the Philippine Qualifications Framework, because there the paths will be charted. And we've met with TESDA, and it's part of our wish list, ma'am, the 100 million for the Philippine Qualifications Framework to set up the secretariat and finally have meetings, because the law provides that the secretariat should be, or the council will be headed by DepEd. But I think intramurals have gotten in the way in the past, since 2018 when the law was passed. But now I think there is, again, there is some light. I think that we can convene the council and make headway, because yung mga nabanggit nila Sen Joel, Sen Win, Sen Risa about charting paths, being strategic in our choice of industries, choice of offerings, that's also part of the PQF also plays a role in there. And in fact, they're supposed to identify industries which are seen to be strategic. It's there in the law. So that's just one of its roles.
We're excited to fund the PQF. Senator Joel and I have been discussing that for many years.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I'm literally just waiting for my staff to tell me that it's time to stand up. So until then, I know, pero wala pa, diba? So mag-extend ako because I do wanna put a few things on record, pero mag-pack up ka na ng konti. Si Risa mukhang maayos na yung gamit eh. Ready na tumayo. Ikaw medyo may kalat pa ng konti. In the same way that I wanted, DepEd to really take care of our baby NAS, we have another agency that's the opposite naman ng pagka-baby. It's one of the tagal na, the Philippine High School for the Arts. But it's a model, no? I think one of it's the first of its kind in I don't know, in Asia, but sadly, our enrollment doesn't go up. The products are still amazing, but I don't need an answer. I just want to park it with you, Secretary. I'd really like us to, and we're known for our talent. We passed the law how many years ago? The creative industries.
Oh, yeah.
So there's really so much more that we can do, and I think one of the pathways should really be for, well, NAS is just getting established, but Philippine High School for the Arts has been there a long time, like really also guiding, the regional high school for the arts.
Just quickly, ma'am,
Yes.
Madam Chair. I think, again, we talked about PQF, we're talking about PHSA, we're talking about NAS. I think there's a lack of information to our youth about the possible careers in sports, about the
Yes.
possible careers in creative industries. And PQF is one of those instruments that can tie all these things together with the creative industries law, the Philippine Skills Framework of DTI. If we tie all these things together with the Trabajo para sa Bayan, all of these, if we get the information out there, then, We have statistics to support it, data to support it. Ideally, the PQF should have monetary equivalence as to the possible incomes for people in these careers. And then I agree with you, PHSA has produced outstanding artists, Madam Chair.
I think, Secretary, you have heard me say this. I've said it so many times. When I used to live in New York, studying and working for just a short while before I went to law school, the subway was full of, I would be in the subway for an hour because I lived in Queens and worked in Manhattan. And kulang na lang naging medical stenographer ako, naging kung ano man yung mga nababasa ko doon, sa kakabasa ko every day. After 1 week, sige na, pursue ko na tong career na to because I had just graduated from college but I didn't know what I wanted to be. They were so convincing. Maging real estate agent, medical transcriber, kung ano-ano. And I've always said to CHED, more to CHED than to DepEd, but that might be something the Secretary's communication team might want to look at, even in vacancies within your own department. So for promoting guidance counselors, you don't have to just say guidance counselors. Say something like, have a career in changing lives, saving lives, and then put it wherever, put it in government offices so you don't have to pay or whatever. May I just challenge your, sino bang communications nyo? Does that fall under?
We have a new ASEC actually that we're putting in charge of our external partnerships, ASEC, Your Honor.
Okay.
So she's from ANC. She used to work for ANC. So,
Okay, so maybe that's something that can, because we also really want to push our students to these careers that is really required for nation building. Lahat na lang sinasabing nation building pero oversupply nga, like Senator Joel was saying. How many massahistas do you need from the same barangay?
Exactly, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, also the environment has changed because there was no professional volleyball league. Because if there was a professional volleyball league during your time, you might have been an entrant, one of the first players for that. At the same time, the artists of 30, 40 years ago had to work as copywriters or had to work in the ad industry and have day jobs. Whereas now you have full-time artists. Your Honor.
Sorry to cut you off. Did you want to still say something?
One last thing lang in relation to what the chair is saying. Maybe something along the lines of the demographic sweet spot. Something to add to what your comms chief will be working on. Salamat, Sec.
Thank you very much, Senorita, Madam Chair, Sen. Sherwin.
I need to say this, the budget of the DepEd and its attached agencies are deemed submitted to plenary subject to our discussions and the submission of documents requested by the senators. Thank you very much, everyone. Congratulations, Secretary. Hearing suspended.